finish. But beyond the jokes, it's serious business. This is the 17th time Ghana is going to the International Monetary Fund for assistance. What are the implications for you and for me? Those are questions that we will seek to get answers on today's show. Good morning, welcome to the show. This is GTV Breakfast. Dama, what's up? Wow, what's up?
Hey, good morning, and thanks for a great weekend. My weekend was quite eventful. Loads of activities in church, and July is a special month for me. You'll find out why a bit late. Perhaps next week we'll find out why. How are you doing, Val?
I'm all right. Today is American Independence Day.
Yep.
And also my mother's birthday.
Hey,
you see,
Val.
you see why?
Barbara.
Yes,
July.
Barbara.
Auntie Barbara, come on, happy birthday to you.
And so, hey, Mom, happy birthday to you. God bless you. We love you, yeah, guys. And so on my side, on Twitter trends, IMF Peche. That's what's trending. So IMF Peche is trending, and then IMF itself is trending. Those are the two hashtags that's trending. So let's join that hashtag and also GTV's hashtag using the hashtag GTV Breakfast and also IMF Peche. Send us your comments. We are going to the IMF. What are your thoughts? What are the implications for Ghana? What are your thoughts? So join us via that, and our WhatsApp number is very active on 055 55 610 34. More conversation.
Indeed, and if you're interested in becoming a lawyer and interested in studying law in the UK, you would want to keep your eyeballs right on the program this morning, because the University of Law, ULaw in the UK will be in the studio, and they will be telling you how you can get admission to study the course and how they can assist you to become that lawyer that you've always dreamed about. So IMF and law school conversations that we will be having, and your thoughts will be very welcome on the program. Thank you for joining us. Take us along with you to work on Facebook at Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, and if you're home, you can catch us on DSTV channel 278.
Yes. And today is the birthday of Mr. William Amuna, former CEO of Gridco. Happy birthday to you from everybody at MEDA and your family here at GTV Breakfast. We are wishing you a splendid day as well. We'll be coming for our lunch though.
7 o'clock, we've got our sports news with Maltiti, Wimbledon, and all the other updates. We've got 7:20 headlines, and the National Cathedral Week has begun. So there are a lot of things to talk about. You stay with us. GTV Breakfast News at 6 o'clock. You're welcome to the show. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you for joining me here. GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Multi-Decider Sadiq. We're live on DSTV channel 278. Catch us on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. A lot is happening in the news arena. The stories that are making headlines this morning. We'll look at 6 chieftaincy and land disputes in Ashanti region, which leaves one person dead. Also, President Akufo-Addo has ended his 2-year term as the ECOWAS chair. On the foreign front, rosewood smuggling has been banned in Gambia. We'll take you to Nigeria as well. Let's start off from the Ashanti region, where the police have arrested 6 persons in the Ashanti region following a land and chieftaincy dispute. That led to the death of one person at Edum Afranco near Etrima Kwamwoma. Now, the incident occurred yesterday, Sunday, July 3, 2022, at about 7 a.m. when 2 factions met on a family land where a struggle ensued. During the altercation, the deceased, known as Kwame Yebua, aged 23, was allegedly stabbed to death by Kwejo Brefo, who is among the suspects arrested. The 2 persons, including suspect Kwejo Brefo, sustained treatment at the hospital under police guard. The Ashanti Regional Police Commander led the operations to restore calm in the area, and during his interactions with members of the community, he entreated them to be law-abiding and exercise restraint as investigation continues to ensure that all persons involved are arrested and brought to face justice. Now, police have beefed up security in the area and they are in full control of the situation. This was captured in a statement signed by the police in the Ashanti region. Let's move away from crime. The ECOWAS has lifted economic and financial sanctions on Mali and Burkina Faso following the revision of political timetables by military authorities in these two countries from 36 months to 24 months to restore constitutional order. However, the economic and financial sanctions imposed on Guinea is still in place because the military junta is yet to come to a political timetable that meets the criteria of the regional bloc. These were contained in a communique read by outgoing President of ECOWAS, Jean-Claude Cassibrou.
Mali, specifically, the framework of a 24-month transition starting in March, which means that the whole process of the transition will end in March 2024. So this is a date for the return of the constitutional order in Mali. The head of state took the following decision. The first decided to lift all the economic and financial sanctions that were taken on January 9, 2022. That means essentially the closure of the border and the freeze of the financial market. So those sanctions are lifted. They also decided that the sanction taken in terms of recalling the ambassadors of ECOWAS member country, this sanction is also removed. So the ambassadors will return, be able to return to Bamako, to Mali. However, as it is a process that needs to be monitored and followed, the head of state decided to maintain the individual sanction and also to maintain the suspension of Mali from the organ of ECOWAS institution. So this is an important decision. They also call on development partner, bilateral and multilateral partner, to support the country in terms of the preparation of all the activities for the return to constitutional order. In the case of Burkina Faso, first is to remove the economic and financial sanctions that were imposed to Burkina Faso on 25th March 2022. They also decided to maintain the suspension of Burkina Faso from the organ of ECOWAS, because those sanctions are linked to the return of the constitutional order. And they also call on the partners, all the bilateral, multilateral partners, to increase the support to Burkina, which is facing a very severe humanitarian crisis, and also which is battling the terrorist in attacks. In the case of Guinea, for the moment, they have decided to maintain the sanction in terms of the individual sanctions that were taken, and to maintain the suspension of Guinea from all ECOWAS institutions.
President Akufo-Addo has ended his 2-year tenure as the chair of ECOWAS. He is succeeded by the president of Guinea-Bissau, Mr. Umaru Sissoco Embalo. President Akufo-Addo thanks his colleagues for the support in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, political and security situations in Mali, Burkina Faso and Guinea.
It is 2 years now since President Akufo-Addo assumed the chair of ECOWAS. He was elected chair of the regional bloc in September 2020 after a 1-year tenure of former Nigerian President Muhammadu Sofu. While at the helm of affairs, the sub-region initiated moves to return Mali, which had witnessed coup d'etat to constitutional rule in February 2021, but the military leaders in Bamako refused to follow through with the political timetable thus compounding the political stalemate in Mali. Furthermore, Burkina Faso, Guinea and Guinea-Bissau were also plunged into coup d'etat, but that of Guinea-Bissau did not succeed, and progress report on the Lusophone country by President Akufo-Addo shows that 609 military troops deployed to Bissau had completed their task.
That deployment of 609 security personnel, composed of 150 Nigerian troops and 140 Nigerian police personnel, 150 Senegalese troops, 100 Ghanaian troops, and 51 troops from Côte d'Ivoire, with a force headquarters of 18 officers drawn from across the region under the overall command of a Nigerian general and force commander, has now been completed.
On the adverse effect of COVID-19 pandemic, which has been worsened by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, President Akufo-Addo called for the scaling up of food production by member states of ECOWAS to ease the pressure on the pocket of citizens.
We are all victims of global inflationary pressures, which have exacerbated the food crisis in many parts of our region, instigated by the decline in production due to the impact of climate change. We can best tackle this crisis by working to enhance the performance of our agricultural sectors to reach in the area of our food needs.
It's about a decade now since ECOWAS embarked on reforms, and under the watch of President Akufo-Addo, the number of ECOWAS commissioners had now been reduced from 15 to 7.
This is the end of the tenure of the members of the present commission. On our behalf, let me thank all the statutory appointees for the work performed during the last 4 years in the very difficult environment that I have described.
Terrorist activities had been rife in the Sahel, but now they have moved to coastal areas in the sub-region, including Togo. And ECOWAS leaders say they will work hard to push through the Accra Initiative, which calls for information and intelligence sharing, training of security personnel, and conducting cross-border military operations.
It is imperative for us to continue to implement our regional action plan against terrorism and to coordinate our various security initiatives. This will reinforce our collective response to this destabilizing threat.
The newly elected chair of ECOWAS is the president of Guinea-Bissau, Umaru Sissoco Embalo, was elected in February 2020. Planned to work with his colleagues to ensure the dreams and aspirations of ECOWAS become a reality. Edward Nyakun, reporting for GBC News.
Still on ECOWAS Special Envoy to Guinea, Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers, has stepped down as a mediator between the regional bloc and the military junta in Guinea. In an interview with the media on the sidelines of the 61st Ordinary Session of the ECOWAS Heads of State and Government in Accra, Dr. Chambers said since his appointment a month ago, the military leaders in Guinea had refused to engage the ECOWAS mediation team to discuss ways to return the country to the path of constitutional rule. ECOWAS leaders have now appointed former President of Benin, Thomas Yayi, as the mediator for Guinea.
There is no political crisis, yet it is evident that once a military has overthrown a civilian government, there is obviously a political crisis in the country. This reason is what the Guinean authorities have used to refuse to accept an ECOWAS envoy in the country, in the person of myself. At this point, I believe that Mohamed Ibn Chambers should not be the stumbling block to dialogue between ECOWAS and Guinea. So in order to facilitate the forward movement on this issue, I've decided to withdraw myself as envoy of ECOWAS to Guinea to allow the authority to come up with other names. I think clearly under that circumstance, if the Guinean authorities continue to refuse to accept an ECOWAS envoy, then we would know difficulty in ensuring that the sub-region can play its usual role pursuant to protocols, which Guinea itself has been a signatory to return countries which have experienced military coup d'etat to democratic constitutional governance as speedily as possible.
Now, the director of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, Professor Kwesi Anin, has called for a harmonious relationship between lawmakers and recipients of the law. This, he says, will ensure a peaceful coexistence among citizens. He was speaking at a lecture series to mark the 10th anniversary of the late President John Evans Atta Mills.
Organized by the JEA Mills Memorial Heritage, is to eulogize the former president, his principles and achievements. The Ogwamaihene Osaberima Kwesi Atta spoke highly of his demeanor, humility and compassion for mankind during his tenure from 2009 to 2012.
The man John Evans Atta Mills was a man whose personal conviction, attributes, traits, qualities in the manner of honesty, humility, faith in God, calmness, tolerance, and above all, his peaceful nature are what explains the true spirited man who served this country and beyond.
The Pro-Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, Professor Rosemond Bohine, said the university benefited from his numerous policies, especially in promoting research and innovations. The running mate of the NDC in the 2016 elections, Professor Jenano Pukwajiman, touted some of the late President Mills' achievements, especially his role in establishing the UCC Medical School and upgrading the Cape Coast Hospital into a teaching hospital.
You supported us in the arduous process of turning the regional hospital into a teaching one, with all its costs and all its challenges duly confronted, resolved and absorbed. You made possible the construction and equipping of a teaching study center for medical students at the Central Regional Hospital.
The director of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training, Professor Kwesi Anin, for his part, called for collaboration between lawmakers and the people. Professor Kwesi Anin said the legacies of the late President Mills are worthy of emulation.
But even more importantly, in talking about security governance, the law must, under all circumstances, undergird how security is conceived, how it is practiced, and the organic relationship that must exist between the providers of security and of that service.
The occasion was also used to launch the JEA Mills Memorial Heritage Clause and a book on its legacies and achievements. The program was on the theme, The Man John Evans Atta Mills, 10 Years On.
Let's go to Takoradi and look at road infrastructure, where the people of Trom, a suburb of Koforidua, are happy that their formerly unmotorable road has been tarred. The new Drabin South Municipal Chief Executive, Mr. Isaac Apau-Jesse, and the Member of Parliament for the new Drabin South, Mr. Michael Ochri-Berfi, who both inspected the road, gave assurance that a second coat will be applied soon to make the road more durable. The 10.5-kilometer road will serve the people of Trom, Achampon, Bonya and its environs. The residents say the exorbitant fares charged by commercial drivers on the stretch when the road was unmotorable will be a thing of the past. The South Municipal Chief Executive, Mr. Isaac Apau-Jesse, said the Assembly will reconstruct other deplorable roads in the municipality and all the Koforidua town roads will be asphalted to boost economic activities in the area.
For many years, this road has not seen any quota before. No. This is what we want to experience all over Koforidua.
Some of the residents who spoke to GBC News commended the government for fixing the road. From Koforidua, let's come back to the capital, Accra, where the former Director General of the Ghana Health Service and Professor of Pathology at the University of Ghana, Professor Ajiman Bedua Kosa, says 94% of drinking water contains microplastic chemicals which cause pulmonary cancer and destruction of hormones in humans. Professor Bedua Kosa was speaking at a high-level panel discussion on the Day of Scientific Renaissance of Africa, which took place in Accra.
The University of Ghana has for the first time participated in the celebration of the Day of Scientific Renaissance of Africa, DSRA. It is a strategy to drive the overall growth of the university as the world-class research-intense university. This year's event involved a high-level panel discussion on the theme, Ghana Asks, Legon Answers, the challenge of managing plastic.
Plastics are now known to cause disruption of hormones. And disruption of hormones, a lot of the plastics are anti-androgens. For the men, they behave as estrogens and therefore affect sperm count, affect spermatogenesis, the production of sperms. But what is even worrying is that drinking water, 94% of drinking water contains microplastics.
The former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Legon, Professor Ivan Adai Mensah, looked at the focus on requisite development of human resources on higher education in the country.
Now, there are so many problems facing Africa, and solutions to virtually all these problems all depend on a determined effort to inculcate science, technology, and innovation.
On the approach method of managing plastic waste in the country, the director of the United Nations University Institute for Natural Resources in Africa, Dr. Fatima Denton, said the country should invest in innovative measures of recycling plastics.
At the heart of it all is the word innovation. As I said, we can't do things in the same manner, so we have to innovate, and we have that value.
Discussants agreed that African universities should move from working in silos and venture into multidisciplinary research for national development.
Let's go to Chebi in the Eastern region, where managers of the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program for Illegal Miners have engaged residents in a number of communities in the Eastern and Ashanti regions as part of efforts to reclaim degraded lands in those regions. The sensitization program is to ensure that miners carry out activities in a responsible manner to protect lives and the environment.
The team visited Chebi, located in the Ebuakwa South Municipality, and engaged the stakeholders in the community. They also interacted with stakeholders at Etiwa, also in the Eastern region, and in Swayem in the Bosome-Freho district of Ashanti. The coordinator of the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program for Illegal Miners, Dr. Louise Donko, said they are working with the traditional authorities to address the challenge of land ownership after reclamation.
There is definitely the issue with land ownership after the reclamation is done, and of course one size doesn't quite fit all. So what the approach is to sit with the traditional authorities, to sit with the municipality, and then of course government representatives as well, and then the people who own the lands, for us to fashion out an agreeable term after the lands have been reclaimed. After they've been reclaimed, we are going to plant economic trees on them.
The district chief executive for Itiwa, Mr. Seth Asante, appealed for support for the program to reverse the devastation caused to the forest. Mr. Asante indicated his readiness to provide an alternative livelihood for the people. The Queen Mother of Abomusu in the Eastern region, Nana Kunedu Kontie, commended government for the initiative, which she said holds prospects to help save the environment. She emphasized the need for sustenance to safeguard against drought. The Queen Mother of Inswayem in the Ashanti region, Nana Sewa, was hopeful the project will serve a beneficial purpose to the communities.
Let's go to the firing front in Nigeria. Police in Nigeria have rescued 77 people, including children, from a church where they were confined in the southwestern state of Ondo. Some of them are believed to have been there for months. A police spokesperson said many of them had been told to expect the second coming of Jesus Christ in April and had abandoned school to witness the event.
The raid came after a mother complained her children were missing and she thought they were in the church. Police say they are investigating after the raid on the Whole Bible Believers Church in the Valentino area of Ondo Town. The pastor of the Pentecostal Church, David Anifowoshi, and his deputy have been arrested while the victims have been taken into the care of the authorities. Preliminary investigation revealed that one pastor, Josiah Peter Asumusa, an assistant pastor in the church, told members that rapture would take place in April, but later said it has been changed to September 2022 and told the young members to obey only their parents in the Lord. In all, police rescued 26 children, 8 teenagers and 43 adults.
Away from Nigeria, let's go to Gambia, where Gambia has banned timber exports and revoked all export licenses to combat illegal logging. The ban takes effect immediately, and port authorities have been instructed to refuse to load timber logs onto any vessel.
In 2020, a BBC investigation revealed that vast quantities of protected West African rosewood were being trafficked through the country from Senegal. Much of it ends up in China, where it is used to make furniture. It has been listed as an endangered species since 2017, and last month, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species called on 7 countries, including the Gambia, to suspend its trade. The Gambia is consistently among the 5 largest global exporters of West African rosewood, despite declaring its own stocks close to extinction almost a decade ago. By value and by volume, rosewood is one of the most trafficked wildlife products in the world. Also called hongmu or redwood, it is prized for its color and durability and is primarily used for antique-style furniture. Figures obtained by BBC Africa Eye showed that China imported more than 300,000 tons from the Gambia between 2017 and 2020. That is the equivalent of about 500,000 trees and worth more than $100 million. During a year-long investigation in both Senegal and the Gambia, multiple sources confirmed to the BBC that the rosewood being shipped out of the Gambia to China came from the Casamance region of the southern Senegal. Along a 170-kilometer long stretch of the border between the two countries, the BBC found at least 12 depots containing rosewood and other timber. They were all within Gambian territory.
It's a new week. I'm sure you want to know how the weather will look like starting today, Monday, and our favorite forecaster joins us on the phone lines, Felicity. Good morning.
Good morning, Mositi. Yes, by the grace, I'm doing very, very well.
Well, today, I'm well. I'm just wondering if we're expecting showers or some sunshine today.
Most areas who are likely to experience sunshine today. Just a few areas that will have rain this morning into the afternoon.
Right. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. For those of us over the coast, Greater Accra, we are expecting partly cloudy sky today. Those of us over the western coast, that's Cape Coast, Akwadi, Axim, we are expecting cloudy this morning. Then some slight rain is expected. In the afternoon, they are likely to have some sunny breaks. Then in the evening, cloudy weather is expected for the Greater Accra Central and Western region. When we move to the hinterland, those of us over Eastern region, Volta, and parts of the Oti region, this morning we are expecting patches which is likely to give way to partly cloudy day. And then we are expecting some rain and thunder from late afternoon into the evening. Those of us over the northern sector, we are expecting partly cloudy now. In the afternoon, we have a weak storm moving from Nigeria. It's about exiting into Benin. We expect it between around in the afternoon to affect the north and part of the Oti region. So it's going to induce cloudiness later in the day. Temperatures for today is going to be a bit uniform. Most areas will have common temperature values, 31 over the coast, the forest, and then the transition. The north will have a 32 degrees Celsius. The state of the sea today is still rough. We are having some rain and thunder clouds that is drifting in from Cameroon, Nigeria. It's going to induce cloudiness over the sea, and then some pocket of rain. So fisher folks that will go on to the sea has to do their fishing activities with precautions. The water leak this morning is also good for fishing activities, but then in the afternoon, probably around 1-2 p.m. p.m. It's not advisable for them because the storm we are expecting will be over them around that time. So if anything, they have to call us on our landline and speak to the duty forecast.
Right, thank you so much. Felicity Ahafianyo is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteo Agency. She's given us detailed analysis of how the weather will look like across the country from Accra to the north. She did say that there's a storm exiting Nigeria and Benin that's heading towards the country, and so there's likely to be some thunderstorms and showers. So go up prepared with your umbrella just in case you experience the showers wherever you are in Ghana. But that's it for GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. with me, Multi-Decider Sadiq. I'll be back at 7 a.m. with whatever is happening in the sporting world. The show is packed. Up next is Health Check after this break, and we're talking epidemics preparedness and funding. CAF will be sitting with the experts, after which all the talk about IMF will be digested here with the experts. Our lifestyle will come your way. We'll be talking about art. Leave your comments and thoughts on our Facebook page at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Stay with us.
Matthew 24 verse 37, New International Version. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be in the coming of... those people who said they were waiting for the second coming of Jesus Christ, and so they camped in this church, and then when the time came, no one knows the hour. It's Matthew 24:36. No one knows the hour. Just go and check it. Nobody knows the hour. Nobody should deceive you that Jesus is coming, so go and camp somewhere. Then when the April 22 the deadline passes, it's going to September something. Around the time people are going back to school. Africans, wake up. Wake up and read. That's just my little rant. We'll have more on IMF and other matters after 7 o'clock. But now we're looking at health issues. Health Check, we do this weekdays at 6:30. And today we're looking at a very important issue. It has to do with money and disease. Investment in epidemic preparedness. Yeah, we'll break it down nicely for you. So, we're living in not even an epidemic, because we're a pandemic, and issues of COVID and, there's cholera, there's influenza, meningitis, so many things happening, and they lead to the impact on livelihoods and households, collapsed businesses, stall the growth of the economy even. Although we can't prevent epidemics, health system, which includes surveillance systems, infrastructure, can help to reduce the effects on society as well as the health system. So we're going to be discussing the funding of preparedness as far as epidemics are concerned. My guests are Dr. Emmanuel Ayifa, who is Deputy Country Director of SEND Ghana. Good to have you here, Doc.
Thank you.
And I'll start with Stephen Atasige, who is an epidemiologist and Country Coordinator for Global Health Advocacy Incubator. Stephen, hi, good to have you here.
Thank you.
Let's dive straight into the conversation. So, of late, we've seen a slight uptake in COVID cases, and of course, we still have influenza and monkeypox in the country. Monkeypox, what is really accounting for this little upsurge that we are seeing?
Okay, so thank you very much, Kafri. So, disease outbreaks are influenced by several factors, of course. One, with respect to influenza and COVID, and we find ourselves in this time of the year that helps diseases like influenza especially to thrive, because the agent, that causes influenza thrives more in this season that we find ourselves. Of course, COVID has been with us for some time, and we know that beyond the seasonality, we also have to talk about the preventive measures. Influenza, for instance, has been around much longer, and there have been so many, measures that the health system has put in place to help contain it when it comes within the season. So that's one. But having surge in cases when it comes to influenza or monkeypox or even COVID is not a bad sign. It also shows that the surveillance system is working. If your surveillance system is operating well, then you should expect to detect these diseases.
So it's actually a good sign.
It's a good sign.
If you are seeing certain things, that you are catching things.
You are catching things. That means that the health system, the surveillance system at the health facilities levels are working, and so it helps you to detect these diseases, and then you can respond. But when monkeypox, we know it just came around, and before we even had cases reported in Ghana, there were cases in other neighboring countries. And so it goes down to the issue of border surveillance, because we are now, like we always say, we're a global village now, and when people travel across borders, you expect them to carry across some of these infections when they are around. And so with monkeypox, yes, border travels has been a factor, and that's why it's important. The IHR, the International Health Regulations, also gives us guidelines on how to handle some of these potential threats when it comes to cross-border activities. And so it's important that we as a country also strengthen our border surveillance so that we are able to control such surges or cases from being imported.
Okay, great stuff. Thanks for that. Dr. Ayifa, so with all these surveillance systems and mechanisms for monitoring, there has to be money involved somewhere. I mean, talk to us a little bit about funding for preparedness against epidemics.
Okay. Thank you, Kafi, and good morning to your cherished viewers. Yes, indeed, if you cast our mind back in 2020, when COVID hit us, I mean, most of us were not prepared for it. And as you rightly said, no one is prepared for such emergencies. But on the other side, you could be prepared financially so that in case of eventuality, you wouldn't find yourself wanting. When COVID hit us, we needed laboratories to really test at fast pace. But at that time, we only had KCCR and Oguchi. If we had a lot of infrastructure, it wouldn't have been a problem.
What is KCCR?
KCCR, Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, it was evident that at that time we really needed money to prosecute some of these agendas. But unfortunately, we didn't have it. And that is what resulted in government going to the IMF as a resort to get funding for it. My colleague indicated that Ghana signed on to the IR, the International Health Regulation. That was in 2005. And based on that, we did what's called a National Action Plan for Health Security. That has been costed from 2019 up to 2023. And within this time, we have such a nice, robust plan to take care of laboratories, take care of research, take care of the surveillance that he spoke about.
And the money is there?
Unfortunately, it was costed by no funding.
Oh.
And so that has been our challenge.
What was the cost?
And the cost, in fact, it has really escaped. I can't really mention.
So they know how much it will cost,
in
terms, how much to spend on it, but there's no money
exactly
to put inside the
to put inside. Let me use this to compare to a country like US. US had the emergency fund set up somewhere in 1983, and they had money to make sure that such things are really catered for.
Is that a fair comparison?
Well, it's a good example to cite. It's a good example to cite because the World Health Organization also even has something similar. I'm trying to drive home a point that in 2016, where we had a lot of cases of Ebola in West Africa, even though in US we didn't have Ebola, they voted $5 billion just to make sure that in case there are some of these cases in there, US government and the US populace are going to be protected. And so this is the case that we are also trying to make, that fortunately government had decided to set up a public health emergency fund. And once you are setting such a fund, it's going to help in future pandemics and epidemics and whatnot.
Where's the money going to come from? The fund must have money.
Yes.
What are the sources of funding?
In 2021, government came out with what we call the COVID Health Act. That is the Act 1068. And that act looks at trying to mobilize revenue. That's where the popular COVID levy that government spoke about. And the levy is basically charging 1% of any good or service that is VAT compliant.
Are we still paying that money?
We are paying. If you have to buy even this bottle of water,
there's a COVID levy on it.
And you get, a receipt, there's a COVID levy on it. And so look at the name, COVID Health Levy. And it just suggests that it means that this is to take care of COVID and such emergencies.
So anything that is vatable will have a COVID levy on it?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
But then the matter is that the money is not directly going to COVID or epidemic preparedness.
Where is it going?
Obviously it is to fund most of the project or programs of government, but it's not targeted.
I wish that it went straight into a particular area, maybe like how we say, there are some people who have different envelopes for different parts of their budget. So when the money comes and they know that this one is going to this envelope, should that money have been going somewhere ring fenced? So this is what it is for?
Exactly. If you've tagged something COVID health fund or levy, it's specific to COVID. And what we are saying that COVID is a pandemic, it's an epidemic. And so what we need to do then is that if it's for COVID, use it for epidemic financing. Don't use it for other things. The good thing is that government roped in so much money. The finances are projected in 2020 when it was introduced, that will be getting around 144 million Ghana cedis.
144 million.
Yes, but then when you look at the budget, 2022 budget, what was roped in was around 346 or so million.
So excess.
So mean that this was the first 3 quarters.
Wow.
This was the first going. Every year the budget is ready in November.
Exactly.
And so you wouldn't have the accounting for the last quarter.
Yeah.
This year we are projecting around 1.4 billion.
Cedis.
To get from cedis, to get from the COVID levy. And fast forward, if you have to go to 2025, it's around 1.7 billion. And so the fact is that if you are getting so much money for COVID on COVID levy, then why don't we use that money to fund epidemic preparedness, especially that the National Action Plan for Health Security is being costed, we don't have money for it.
This is there are interesting revelations here. So talk to us, to Stephen, about so there are so many revolving funds. So HIV, TB. What exactly is a revolving fund, and how will it be different from what you're talking about?
Okay, so for us, of course, for revolving fund, they are set up for specific purposes. And then what happens is that depending on what the need for what you want to use for, and then you use it at a particular time, you can then decide to shift focus on something else. But what we are calling for, indeed, it's important to know that the 2022 budget, the government indicated that they'll be setting a public health emergency fund. I mean, this is akin to like the GET fund that we have, that is helping in education infrastructure and whatnot. And so basically that is not really a revolving fund that we are calling for. And we actually appreciate the initiative from government to, as I indicated from the beginning, WHO is encouraging all African countries to set up such a fund. There's an African-wide fund that the country Ghana is even contributing to, but of course it's very small. But you cannot really depend on the fund set up at the African level. We need an internally generated way of also funding epidemics.
Are we, the citizens, the ones who are going to be funding this fund?
No, I mean, obviously it has to be us. It has to be the country. Because you see, going outside to borrow also has so much implications.
We are going right now to IMF.
Yeah, we are going, but of course that is I'm sure it's a different a different discussion for today. Right. But if I'm to put it in context, I mean, in COVID, if you even go to the Ministry of Finance website, you know, the money that we got from World Bank, we are paying. Not that, I mean, it was just money. One of it, I think the 150 million that we got to take care of, dollars, to take care of as lab and surveillance and whatnot, we are paying 0.5% of it for 30 years. And so that should tell us that whatever money we are getting from either multilateral or either private investment companies outside, we are paying. And so if you set up the COVID levy, which is something that internally we are generating and giving us so much money, why wouldn't you use that specifically for such a purpose? It will be, I keep repeating that because it is important that government looks at that.
Stephen, how will this proposed health emergency fund impact your work as an epidemiologist?
All right. So in 2017, Ghana had the evaluation of the country's international health regulation capacities. And the joint external evaluation is an exercise that every country that's a member of the WHO goes through. And this exercise is with partners like the WHO, the CDC, and the the Ghana Health Center, Ministry of Health. And this is to help identify the gaps, the capacity areas that needs to be improved, you know. And from that evaluation, one of the key areas, you know, the key capacity areas, which is policy, financing, and legislative, has a benchmark. And that benchmark is for countries to have financing, established financing available for timely response to epidemics.
Otherwise, you must have money available to respond.
The reason why the WHO advocates for countries to have dedicated funding is because with epidemics or pandemics, the timely response is key. An effective response. It's not how you respond, but how timely you respond, how effective it is. And funding is one of the key aspects to every emergency response, because you need logistics, you need to deploy human resource, you need to train people to be able to respond, and this has to do with funds. Ghana currently, we rely on the consolidated fund. We also rely on the contingency fund and our donor support. And of course, the last time I checked, Ghana's public health system is almost over 60% dependent on that, which is too large. That leaves us very vulnerable. So when we have epidemics, we are not prepared, we can't respond. Even in the wake of the COVID, in the peak of COVID, we had yellow fever somewhere in the Savannah region. And, well, the response came, but it wasn't timely. And there have always been issues. So that recommendation was for us as a country, to consider establishing what they refer to as a public health emergency fund. And that, as part of the recommendations, is that as a country, we should also have clear mechanisms on how to trigger access to such funds. Now, after this recommendation in 2017, down the line, as an epidemiologist, as you said, I have been in the front of some of these outbreak investigations and response in the past, and still going. And so, you appreciate how funding or the lack of financing for timely response influences, gaps in response.
I'm just curious, if we had gotten cases of Ebola in Ghana, would we have had the funding to take care of it?
That's the question. Now, of course, like I said, we rely on the consolidated fund, the contingency fund, and then, of course, donor support. But these are not sustainable, and they would not come as and when you need them. They will take time. And then, like I said, response should be timely. I heard the Minister of Finance mention one of his statements around the peak of COVID, that we did not have any funding available somewhere to fall on, and so that affected the country, and that is true. But there's a recommendation that came from the joint external evaluation that Ghana should establish emergency fund, and emergency response has to start with preparedness. First of all, you need to have the capacity, trained human resources.
Do we have that? Are we prepared?
Yes, to some extent, Ghana is doing very well when it comes to capacity. Because
how many epidemiologists do we have?
We do have we do have the Ghana Field Epidemiology Training Program. We do have a lot of training programs going on.
How many? I mean, in the country, if you look at
yes, relatively, we haven't met the WHO ratio yet. We are still on it, so there's still training ongoing. Ghana trains even the sub-region. We train Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia.
How many are available for us? Something to
well, now I can't be sure of the figure, but like I said, the number of advanced field epidemiologists or epidemiologists like myself are there. The only problem we have is how to integrate them properly, and that, of course, is something that has still been negotiated and discussed with the ministry. However, we still do have what we call the intermediate and then the low level, who are being trained, the front line, giving basic skills. So capacity and this training, again, let me add, interestingly, this training has been going on for some years now, and it's hugely funded by donor support. That's another thing.
We're not funding our own epidemiologists.
No, we are not trained. The Ghana government is doing its part, I would say, because at least they do provide what we call steady leave for people who want to go and train. Of course, that's also. But then, when it comes to the part of the funding needed for training, I would say Ghana can do better. We should do more, and that, like he said, that takes us back to the setting up of the public health emergency fund. Now, already as a country, our for health is below the Abuja Declaration.
What is the Abuja Declaration?
The Abuja Declaration is we as a country sign on to dedicate 15% of our annual budget
on health.
On health.
What are we spending right now?
I think averagely our trend is less than 7 to 8%. Yeah. We are doing half of that already. So when it comes to health budgeting already, we are doing poorly, based on the Abuja Declaration, of course. But then,
is that we don't care about health?
Well,
we're praying away.
I think I believe it has to also do with the dependency on donor support, which is not sustainable, like we said. And now we have this opportunity of the COVID. Now, how did the COVID levy come about? COVID came because of a health emergency, isn't it? I mean, it could have been any emergency, but it happened to be COVID. So if we have been faced with COVID and it gives us a fund that we are all levied, and there's an act now, why don't we look at beyond just COVID and see, yes, if we could, like he again said, we could seed some of that fund into, some of that money into a special public health emergency fund that will be used with a clear mechanisms to trigger to trigger the access to it, so that we can use that with appropriate, measures in place, putting in involving the Ghana Health Service and the Ministry of Health, so that we use those funds to prepare and then to respond timely to epidemics or pandemics when they come to us. Yeah.
We've got a lot of work to do. Dr. Ifa, so what is the state of play right now? So it's a proposed health emergency fund. Of course, it has to be set up legally, so Parliament has to be involved at some point. Where are we right now?
Of course, at this stage, it remains a proposal. We are yet to follow up with government to see how far it has gone. And in fact, that is why we are doing this. Because sometimes, once it remains a proposition and you also do not follow up with government, they may do it anyway, but sometimes it might be quite slow. And so we are using this opportunity to call on government, the Minister for Health, if he is listening, or even Mr. President, if he is listening, all that we are saying that the public health main fund is a nice idea, but we want to see action about it.
So now their minds are all IMF. Is this a good time?
Yeah,
they are thinking about IMF matters. So.
Well, I understand, but the point is that, I mean, in case tomorrow we wake up and we are hit by another pandemic, it's not an issue of IMF or not an IMF. So that is why we think that.
But when those guys come in, they cut things.
Yes,
they're like laborers. They weed things out of the system.
Yeah, I'm sure before the government even decided to go, they knew about some of these conditionalities already. But let me just set back a little and also look at, I mean, the fact that one, we are already challenged as a country in terms of debt to tax to GDP ratio. So we are doing just around 14.5 or so percent. Ideally, we should be doing somewhere 20 to 23 per our state, comparing ourselves to our peers. And so sometimes government is also challenged in there. That is why we are saying that if you have set a COVID-19 health levy, which and it's not on medications, it's like every good or service that you buy, there's that 1% charge of it. We are saying it shouldn't go to the consolidated fund. My colleague talked about it. Yeah. Once consolidated is there, you can just decide to, in for anything. But what we want is that
ring fence.
It should be ring fence. It should be specifically in a particular pool. That once you get it, you are not putting in the consolidated fund before even it's transferred to any other source. So that is what we think that should be done.
This would only happen if there's a law that makes it so.
Yes, so that's why we are calling, because once there's the COVID-19 Health Recovery Act, an act of parliament, we are saying that the public health emergency fund that should be set up. Yes, there should be a legislation to that. The US example I cited, there's a legislation.
You're always going far to the US. So what is happening in Africa?
So yes.
Dr. Ifa, what's happening around? Who can we also see in our neighborhood that is doing well?
In Africa.
These Yankees, they are far ahead.
No, I understand. But you see, sometimes you set very good cases. In Africa, I said almost every African country, by virtue of being a member of the WHO. WHO also enjoins all African states to set up.
Which ones are doing well? Which ones?
That frankly, I don't have. I don't have the list. My colleagues can help me.
Nigeria, for instance, of course, they have established the CDC.
Okay.
They have the Center
Control.
Nigeria. They have the Nigeria CDC, and over the years, the funding to the Nigeria CDC, for instance, has increased.
Okay.
And because they have the CDC that's supposed to coordinate preparedness and response to public health epidemics and pandemics, that is at a source of funding. I mean, where the funding is going to.
Is it ring fence? Is the money also?
Yes,
it doesn't enter their consolidated.
It doesn't,
fund.
and it has increased.
Okay, exponentially.
Exponentially over the years, and again, I would say, advocacy played a role. Countries or governments generally, they're always competing interests. So definitely, and even Coast. The Ivory Coast is also doing very well.
They're doing well.
Yes. The smaller countries around us, our neighbors like Liberia and Nigeria, I mean, Sierra Leone, for instance, you know, they have smaller populations. Even with that, they've launched, for instance, Sierra Leone, they've launched the National Action Plan for Health Security that has started getting funding directly from government. And so advocacy, like I said, played a role in the story of Nigeria, and it continues to play roles around. And so, yes, the WHO admits that countries always have competing interests. So governments would have to be called to some of these very key issues. And public health emergencies are very crucial. When they hit and you are not prepared to respond, it creates more panic and even devastations.
Dr. Ifa, what will be your final topic? Investment in epidemics preparedness. What do you want to see in an ideal situation? What do you want to see?
Okay. So maybe a quick one before then. Yeah. We've been calling for funding, but it's also important to point to government what the sources could be. And so clearly the first source is the COVID-19 health levy that we spoke about. Okay. Secondly, we are also thinking that government could look at the District Assembly Common Fund. Okay. When COVID hit, at the district level, most people were waiting for the central government. Yeah. And so if we have some proportion, percentage of the District Assembly Common Fund, yes, it will help at least at the district level. Okay. Also, hospitals in their internally generated funds at the district level.
Some percentage should go to the fund.
Should go to the fund, and that will even be managed still at the district level. Okay. We are also saying that during COVID-19, the private sector willingly decided to help. And I believe that people will be willing to help if they really know that this will be used for the intended
share of that one as
purpose. Well. Okay. The last one I'm thinking about is that, Ghana lotteries, national lotteries.
Yes.
What happens is that after, and that's the proposition, maybe after taking care of the operational costs, let's say we can decide that we are dedicating the month of July as the month of epidemic preparedness. And so for national lotteries, what they will do is that every day in July, after they take out the operational costs and then the winning bonuses, they can push some proportion. I don't know how much national lottery actually gets, but that is something that they can look at. I believe that will help. But my last word is that
30 seconds.
Yes, we have a situation where we should instill confidence in people, and so for such a fund should not be managed by a political element. It should be an independent body. Okay. I mean, we're discussing the case of Kenya for EPA, and we believe that should be.
So an independent body should do it.
Exactly.
And this will all happen within the act that you proposed.
Exactly. Yes, that is what we are calling for.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, I want to say thank you so much. Dr. Emmanuel Ifa is Deputy Country Director for Send Ghana, and Stephen Atasige is epidemiologist and a Country Coordinator for Global Health Advocacy Incubator. We'll be looking at investment in epidemics preparedness, preparing for the sports news in 30 seconds, but just enough time to squeeze in a birthday dedication for a young lady whose birthday was the 3rd of July, which was yesterday. It's coming from Mom and Dad, Cheryl Adjoa Asempa Lamte. Happy birthday to you from Uncle Calf, Auntie Matiti, Auntie Val, Auntie Thelma, Uncle Jay, and Uncle Alan, and all of us here. Happy birthday to you, Cheryl Adjoa Asempa Lamte from Mom and Dad. She is coming up with the sports news. She's AKA the Liverpool chick, and she's called Maltiti Saida Sadiq, and she's got the sports news. I'll come back at 7:20 with the headlines. You stay with us. It's all IMF matters. So you hold on. We're coming soon. Sports next.
Thank you for joining me on this side. It's a Monday. We're talking sports, what happened over the weekend, what's happening ahead of this week. from today is a new month as well. Is the sporting world active or it has become dull? We'll find out in what's happening in sport. But the stories that are making headlines topical in the trends on social media and on news portals. AFCON 2023 has been moved to 2024 due to the weather conditions. We'll find out why in the details. Also, Hoffenheim makes official bid for Ghana defender Alexander Djiku. We'll give you the details as well. We'll look at the AFCON 2022, Rashford and his performance in Manchester United. We'll look at the World Cup and we'll do some tennis as well. Let's start off with the AFCON 2023, where the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has announced that the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations has been rescheduled to January 2024 due to anticipated poor weather conditions in July next year. And this was revealed by CAF President Patrice Motsepe at a media briefing in Morocco, following the executive committee meeting. The tournament was scheduled to take place in June-July 2023 during the height of the rainy season in Ivory Coast. Now this means the tournament's continent's flagship competition will be held in January and February for the second year in a row after 2021 edition took place in Cameroon earlier this year. CAF announced in 2017 that the finals will be moved from their traditional January-February slot to June-July to avoid repeated disputes with European clubs forced to release players in the middle of the season. The rest of the qualifiers is expected to be moved to next year due to the postponement.
And I'll ask the General Secretary to also raise some issues, but I think those are the key.
Is that we should stick to our guns. Do you think that if we give them the dates we are going to have on, the European would have to comply because our star players will come to Africa? Do you think so? Leave your thoughts and comments on our social media handles at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Let's move on and talk of Hoffenheim and Alexander Djiku. On German side, Hoffenheim have submitted a bid for Strasbourg defender Alexander Djiku. Djiku has 1 year remaining on his Strasbourg contract and has offered an extension in May. But he's thinking about it, according to President Mark Keller. The fee for Hoffenheim The Women's African Cup of Nations kicked off in Morocco on Saturday. 4 games are already settled in Groups A and B. Host Morocco opened the Cup of Nations with a 1-0 win over debutants Burkina Faso in the capital Rabat. Captain Ghislaine Chebak's free kick just before the half hour was enough to earn the North Africans their first win in the competition for 24 years. At their first Women's Africa Cup of Nations, that's a WAFCON in 22 years, the Moroccans next meet Uganda, also in Rabat on Tuesday. Here are the highlights. live on GTV Sports televisions channels across the country. Also, one of our own, Benjamin Willie Graham, is there, and he's a commentator doing us proud. Let's move on. In the second Group A game, Senegal achieved a major milestone when they beat Uganda 2-0 to record their first ever win in the history of the competition. In a hard-fought match, Mame Musa Cisse's side beat the Crested Cranes after scoring a goal in each half. Let's move on. In Group B, Cameroon shared the spoils with Zambia, while Tunisia recorded the biggest win so far in the tournament by thrashing Togo 4-1 in their opening group game. Regardless, Davi has done us proud by scoring that penalty well for Togo. Our very own Akosi J is going to be hosting this on GTV Sports Plus. You will want to join she and the panel and engage in the interesting conversations. Let's go to the World Cup. FIFA has confirmed that a semi-automated offside system will be used at this year's World Cup in Qatar. The new technology utilizes a limb tracking camera system to track player movements and a sensor in the ball. It then quickly shows 3D images on stadium screens at the tournament to help fans understand the referee's call. It is the third World Cup in the dispute that will see FIFA introduce new technology to help referees officiate. Now, the optical tracking system was trialed at the FIFA Club World Cup in Abu Dhabi earlier this year and had also been tested at the Arab Cup in Qatar last December.
Accuracy and speed don't live together.
No cheating, no match fixing, no wahala with regards to offside balls on the field of play. Let's look at how Rashford is doing in Manchester United and how their team is doing overall. Marcus Rashford says though he did not get his finest season with Manchester United in the just ended season, he'll be looking forward to working with incoming coach Erik ten Hag and making a fresh start under the Dutch manager. The forward has scored only 5 goals across all competitions this season, which will be the worst return of his career thus far. Has been relegated to a second choice role this campaign. He managed over 20 goals in each of the last 2 campaigns while playing with nagging injuries, but hasn't been able to replicate that form in this campaign and is set to end it with a goal tally lower than that from his debut campaign in February 2015.
We get that.
True that Cristiano Ronaldo is leaving Manchester United and rumors are that he's going to Chelsea. Well, the Chelsea fans in the studio are saying like they don't want him in Chelsea. Let's move to tennis to bring you all the details. Defending champion Novak Djokovic stayed on course for his 7th Wimbledon crown. sports with me, Malti Decider Salik. There's more sports stories when you go to gbcghanaonline.com and Studio 5 when it comes to Live with Alexis and Gloria on GTV Sports Plus. There's more news there. Up next is the headlines, and Dr. Anani Jinde and here in the studio, and CAF will be bringing what's trending on news portals and in the newspapers to you. The show is packed. All the conversations around the IMF and what that abbreviation means to you, and if Ghana is going there, and what the conditions are, is going to be brought to you. Stay with us.
Pom, pom, pom. We like the music. Welcome to the show. This is GTV Breakfast. We'll be hanging out with Derek Simpe. He plays the steel pan. If you wonder what that's about, it's got nothing to do with gagba or any metal bowls, but it's an instrument. And that will be happening in the last hour of today's show, the last half hour of the show. There are conversations, of course, on the IMF. We'll dive into that later on when Thelma has her guests sit in to talk about all the ramifications of the decision by the government to go and seek support from the International Monetary Fund. We'll go into that quickly. But just before we dive into that is a breakfast show, and it has to do with food for the mind. I was thinking about food for the stomach. And yesterday I asked the question, where can I get the best gari in Ghana? Where best equals the taste, the crunchiness, like that, and then the price as well. And I asked for suggestions. I got 402 comments on Facebook. Everybody was talking about gari. I couldn't believe it. Let me give you a flavor of some of them. I'll come inside the studio and find out where the best gari can be found. So, Mr. Ben Doche Malo, remember him? BBC journalist, and then he was at the presidency a couple of years ago. He says, my village, Ohawu, produces the best organic, natural, and most nourishing gari in the world. You hear marketing? That's how you market your gari. Emmanuel Abiega says Mafi Kumasi, and I must admit Mafi Kumasi got a lot of votes. A lot of people were saying Mafi Kumasi. Dominion said, my brother, go to Afife in the Volta region. Very cool price and well prepared. Vine the Amiku says, please come to Dadiese, Kaiso, and Frontang in the Nkwanta South Municipality of the Oti region. I promise you'll never forget it. More Gary businesses. Mark Abel says, Mafi Kumasi, Volta region. I suggest you use the Sogakope Road. It is the cassava town. He's even giving me Google Map directions. Aaron Tremeng says, Mafi Kumasi is the right place. Please, the market days every Monday. Very authentic ajinkwa. Is ajinkwa the nickname for Gary? They save lives, eh? Okay. Lots of Mafi Kumasi votes. Mike says, Fenyi in the Volta region, give me feedback. You go trust. Chronobi says, my mom's Gary is the best I've tasted so far. Lots of votes for Mafi Kumasi. You have Dededo. You've got Equiapim North District, Kokomu, the Gari village. So many suggestions. Thank you so much. I'll come and try some of them. All right, where you can get the best Gari. We're looking for the best Gari in Ghana. And my guest in the studio has other ideas. He is a lawyer and a lecturer. His name is Jinde. Doc, good morning.
Good morning.
Where can I get the best Gari in Ghana?
Well, I think you go to a place called Babatokuma near Kintampo. The market is on Sunday. You have this fisher folks who settle along the Volta Lake.
Okay.
So they make the best Gari. And the last time I went there, Oloka was 5 cities.
5 Ghana?
5 Ghana cities. So I bought my beans, bought my dawa, bought my flour, bought my dough, bought everything, and then brought it to Accra.
You say 5 cities?
5 Ghana cities. Babatokuma near Kintampo. The market day is on Sunday.
Meaning the test is it crunchy?
Yeah, it's very crunchy. It's very crunchy. If you want next week when I'm coming, I'll bring a sample. I'll bring a sample.
I'll bring the milk. I'll bring the groundnuts. Valerie will bring the sugar.
And then we try it.
And then we'll try it. We'll do something here.
Yeah.
I'll get some Gary down next week. It's a date.
Next week I'll bring it.
I'll eat the thing here.
I'll bring it. Don't worry.
Yes, we call it Gary Nechi.
You are fine.
We are good with it.
You are good.
All right. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I was out of town. I was in the Volta region.
Okay.
Went around seeing a lot of places. Stayed there for about 3 days.
Your beautiful family is in town.
So we were at Sinchi. From there, we went to Dodowa. We went to Somanya, just watching the beautiful scenery. When we are driving from Dodowa, from Somanya, Dodowa, on the right-hand side, yes. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Very, very beautiful.
So you were actually the tour guide?
Yeah. I was the tour guide without any salary.
No. A few kisses from your wife is enough.
Yeah, that's enough. Salary. More than enough. More than enough.
So, I mean, as a tourist, how did you experience Ghana? Any highs, lows? What can you suggest? I think we can improve.
I think the areas are all beautiful places, and I think we need to do more of the marketing.
The tourism marketing.
The tourism marketing. We market internationally. And then I've just discussed with my wife, there's a very big company, Hermann Druckerei in Germany. They want people who have had some experiences in various countries to bring the stories so that they will add it into a book and then print it. They call it Hermann Verlag. So my wife is making a few pictures, and then before we go, we would go and then talk to the tourism ministry to get the approval before we put anything out there. in the public domain. Okay. So that is our little bit. So we need to do more of the marketing.
More marketing.
And sometimes, I don't know, hotels in Ghana are quite expensive too. But if you look at the underlying factors, even they pay, because they pay a lot of taxes, EPA tax and all those things.
You're looking at your receipts and you're seeing the breakdown, right?
No, not the breakdown. This is my own research as to why hotels are so expensive in Ghana. EPA taxes, a whole lot of taxes, but a whole lot of. So if we want to improve the tourism industry, the prices of hotel, we have to look at it.
Okay.
Maybe if government could give some support, and they would. It's a very beautiful places. There are beautiful places to go, but we haven't marketed Ghana enough.
We have to do more.
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 Thank you so much. We've been joined by Bernard Odro Techi. He is with the Commonwealth Alliance for Young Entrepreneurs, and he's also a certified member of the Association of Certified Chartered Economists USA. So the specialization in industrial economics, financial economics, public policy analysis. But today I want you to talk about Gary. I'm asking, where can we get the best Gary in Ghana? Doc, you just marketed a beautiful place in your area.
Babatokuma.
Babatokuma.
Just near Kintampo. 9 kilometers from Kintampo on the Tamale Road.
5 CDs per local.
Per local.
Yes, he's bringing me some next week. Where can I get the best
I think
Gary?
I'll choose Volta region.
Okay.
Dagbamate.
Dagbamate.
Yes. Okay. I was there about 2 weeks ago, and a friend of mine loves fish a lot, so we went to that area to get him quality fresh ones. And I saw a lot of Gary on the road. I bought some.
How much was that local?
I think 50 pesos or so.
Charlie, what are we doing buying food in this town for, man? He said 5 CDs, you're 450. Everybody said
it's on that stretch of road.
Yeah. Please, when are you going again?
I'm sure it could be like next 2 months.
Please bring us a sample.
Yeah.
Doc is bringing me some from
this week.
Yes. We'll have some Gary soakings here, right
definitely.
here. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. We're going to start. We always do with the rant first. What's on your mind? What's pushing you? What do you want to express this morning?
I have 2 things. Good morning to your viewers. Do you know that economics is 95% common sense? You know that?
You're telling me?
Okay. He has legal background. I have
journalism. Don't drop
journalism. Okay, thank you.
Are you not?
Yeah, I'm still a member. I even voted the last time.
Okay.
I'm still a member.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks for meeting that aspect.
You didn't take money. We thank you for that.
I have to put that disclaimer. I didn't take money.
Thank you so much.
Per my background and my involvement, a bit of review of economic papers. Economics is simply 95% common sense, a 5% reality, because economics is based on assumption. And it's always said all other things being equal. And all other things can never be equal. For example, as we are seated here today, you are in a different dress, I'm in a different dress, but it's still an outing. Now, if you take law is based on case study. So whatever will happen in the future, you have a precedent to judge you. But if you are making an assumption as to how the future will be, your common sense must work more than assumption. And that is why it is of common sense that when government is taking any economic decision, it has to be grounded solely in common sense. Look, if you take all the economic theories in the world, they tell you all other things being equal.
Ceteris.
And it can never be. On this table, if you give us an option for breakfast, dog will go for different thing, I will go for different thing, and you will go for different thing. So if you are running an economy, it's always an assumption, theories, textbooks, paradigm, parable, you will fail. If you tell the white people, they put that 95% common sense to work. And I'm saying this thing because of certain decisions we take in the country which lack common sense. Good example, toll booth removal. Show me one country in the world that are developed without toll booths, and I'll prove you wrong right here on the show. So most of the decisions we take lack common sense. My ranting number 1 is about the influence of non-government officials taking lead of official government people in this country. And I'm going to situate it on Gabi Ochedako. I have nothing personal against him. But I think that we need people in this country whom, when they make certain pronouncements, we can take them on. As we are seated here today, if I ask anybody in this country, what is his official position in government? None. But every single government policy, he bring it out. I'm not against that. But let us allow the official people to make pronouncements so that we can hold them on. We have chief of staff in Ghana. You have deputy chief of staff, you have ministers, you have cabinet ministers, you have CEOs. But every single government policy, either e-levy, either toll booths, either IMF, he's the one to ground it. And I'm speaking straight to the presidency today. He's grounding the country to a halt by some of his pronouncements. And he's reducing governance to tweetocracy.
What is a tweetocracy?
Governance is now on Twitter with him.
Governance by Twitter?
It's on Twitter. Look at what has happened in the US. What is Donald Trump on Twitter now? Gone. Ghana must learn some lessons. Don't let us reduce our democracy governance to Twitter. And for me, he's reducing Ghana to tweetocracy. It can't work. And if presidency is watching this morning, he's causing more harm than good to the governance structure. Any policy, whether good or bad, he will defend it at the peril of his integrity. E-levy, he defended E-levy to the point that E-levy was going to be like the panacea to every problem. Where is E-levy today?
It's still there.
When toll booth was gone, he was defending it. Now they are bringing back toll booths.
On whose authority?
On his own authority. You are here on this show. Give yourself toll booth is coming back. Because government is bringing back toll booths. They are, from my cocksure information from a source that is unaffected, they are bringing toll booth back. So you see, the point is that I want to wake up a morning and see the chief of staff speaking to Ghana. I'll take that serious. But every single policy, whether it has gone good or gone bad, is being led by Gabi Otredakun, lawyer Gabi Otredakun. It is something the nation must take very serious cognizance to it.
Isn't there also a benefit in that when he says his stuff, then you can feel that, okay, this is happening because the man is sending up a trial balloon.
You see, the danger with it is that, assuming if government changes hands, we should be able to hold some people to account. On what account can you hold Gabi to? On what account?
I don't get you.
You must get me because I'm saying that government has a structure. We have chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, government spokesperson.
So you want to hear things like this coming from those people?
Chief of staff, yes.
Or information minister.
Certain pronouncements he make, to me, are quite injurious. Some beneficial, some not. But as a country, let's situate some of the pronouncements in proper context and begin to analyze that. Look, we need people that we can hold to account. And we cannot hold him to account.
Because he's not a public official.
No, but every single major government policy, he tweeted and becomes official. Some don't make sense.
Like?
By e-levy. Today they are eating by the humble pie. Check all government officials. Minister of Education said e-levy will have free SHS. Agri said fertilizer. Aviation said that. Information Minister said that. Today, e-levy is a fiasco. And he himself has admitted it. When they took off toll booth, he defended it. Now they are bringing back toll booth. So my position, my rant this morning is that he must take a back stage and allow the official government people to work. So that when we can hold them to straight account. Today, if government runs down, can we hold Gabi to account? But I can hold upon Nkrumah to account. You cannot hold him to account. So in building a governance, he should reduce his plutocracy and let's come to real government business. He's reducing the government to Twitter, to what, and he's too tangential. I want to see the chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff, information minister, speaking on policy direction, not Gabi Otredakun.
So recognize government officials
exactly
who can be held to account.
Who can be held to account?
That's your rant.
Yes, that's my rant.
Thank you so much. Doc, what is your rant this morning?
I have two issues. You know, last week I got a message from the Secretary of the Residents Association of Antioquia.
You are the ambassador.
He forwarded a message to me that the MC has promised that work on our roads will begin by the end of this month. I left town, and when I came back, I saw that they had put some in the place. But I think that is not enough. That is not enough. That is just a temporary solution. We want a permanent solution, like our neighboring constituencies. Okaikwe North, Ablekuma, Wejagbawe. This was created out of Anyasotio. They all have good roads now, asphalt roads. But why should we be giving, even there was no gravel, they just came and graded it. And they did a very small portion. where I live has not been included. I mean,
you were the champion.
No, I mean, from here I'm going to have an appointment with the MC to ask him when my place will also be graded, at least to allow me to also move up and down.
Is he accessible?
Well, I would try that. If I don't get him, I'll write a letter to him.
Have you met him before?
No, I've never met him before because I've been there about 2 times and they tell me he's not always in the office. Whenever I come there, he's not in the office.
He has got a deputy. No deputy?
No deputy. He has this who is a civil servant, so he cannot speak to some of these issues. So I think that it's a good start, but it's not enough. We want a permanent solution because when it rains, even there are no gravels, they just put a grader there and then they went back.
As a teacher, if this were a script, what would be your comments?
Oh, poorly, well-intentioned but poorly executed.
And in terms of a grade, what grade would that be?
Oh, I'm going to C minus.
In Japan, C minus is how many marks?
It's about 42 or 43.
Oh, whether you have a receipt?
Yeah, you have a receipt.
Straight up.
So that it will teach you some good lessons. So that's for the first time.
That's the first round.
And then my first round has to do with...
Oh, that wasn't even your first one. This is before the first one.
No, this is the first one.
Okay.
My first one, my second one is about the demonstration.
Arise Ghana?
Yes.
Okay.
You see, in this country, there's no doubt we have the right to demonstrate. The Constitution gives us that right. Go to Article 21, Clause 1D. The right of assembly, the right to protest, the right to demonstrate. But that article does not tell you how to exercise that right. So what we do, we have to put in place what we call an enabling act. An act that will allow you to actualize and put into practice the right guaranteed in the Constitution. So that is why in 1994, we came out with the Public Order Act, which tells you that if you want to demonstrate, these are the terms and conditions. You have to do that, notify the police 5 days, you give the notification to a police officer not below the rank of an ASP. And then you must sit down with the police for whatever reason. If they don't agree, they have to go to court. The police cannot stop you. They cannot tell the wounded to demonstrate. They don't have the power because that right is guaranteed in the Constitution. So what they can do is to go to court so that they can apply for an injunction or whatever they want. So that at the end of the day, it's the court that will decide whether to demonstrate or not to demonstrate. But in this case, the police went to court and then the court gave specific directions as to the point where they will gather, the route, and then the time. So I expected that the organizers of the demonstration,
Arise Ghana,
they would follow what the court has directed. Even if you look at Section 3 of the Public Order Act, it imposes a duty of the police that if you are demonstrating and they think that that place is going to threaten public order, public security, public health, public safety, the police can stop you. They can regulate the route. But in this case, the court has also added its voice that, well, you can demonstrate, but use this route at this time and then you end at this time. So the court has reaffirmed the position of the Public Order Act in Section 3. But at the time that they were demonstrating, nobody had gone to court to ask the decision of the court aside by way of a motion of stay of execution or by a motion of certiorari, that is asking the court to quash the decision of the lower court. Nothing of that had happened. So we assume that that court order is still a valid court order because it has not been set aside.
Although they said they kind of were appealing it.
Well, if you file an appeal, it doesn't mean that it takes effect. The determination has not been made. So you don't all of a sudden...
So what, they got bad legal advice or what?
No, well, I don't know. They have a lot of fine lawyers among them. They have a lot of fine lawyers among, but I don't understand why they decided to defy the court order.
So it was illegal, what they were doing, if they defy the court order?
If they defy the court order by taking another route, as directed by the court, that is contempt of court. And apart from that, you see, every demonstration that you organize, you want to synthesize public opinion. You want to get public opinion on your side so that you can win them for whatever reason. If you organize a demonstration and it turns violent, then you alienate the very people whose support you need. Because anything that you do in terms of demonstration, you must get public sympathy and support so that you can carry the public along. But if you antagonize the people, it means your demonstration has been counterproductive. So I think what happened there is very unfortunate. It shouldn't have happened. You see, the sympathy that they had I can tell you the sympathy has somehow waned. So I think next time we are organizing anything of this nature, we have to realize that yes, the law gives us that right, but the law also imposes certain duties on you.
Okay.
So you cannot approbate and reprobate.
What is reprobate?
We say quad approbio non reprobo.
I didn't even get the English. You are taking me to Latin.
He said you cannot eat and have it. On the one hand, you want to exercise your right under the law, but the law also imposes certain duties on you. Don't go there, and then you go there.
Quad
approbo non reprobo. You cannot approbate and then reprobate. You cannot accept something and then reject it at the same time.
Okay.
On one breath, you are accepting that the law guarantees you the right to demonstrate. But now you are rejecting that the law also imposes a duty upon you not to use that road. You see, this double standard. If you do that, we create a lot of unnecessary tension in this country. So, my suggestion is that the organizers of the demonstration, first and foremost, they should be charged for contempt of court. Because they defy the court order by taking another route. And secondly, causing criminal damage to public property. The cars they destroy, that is my money and then your money.
The police vehicles.
The police vehicles. And then assault on the public officer.
The police heads that were broken.
Yeah, assault. This is and then also obstructing a police officer whilst performing his duties. So there could be about 7-8 charges.
And can they also charge the police for certain things? I saw a guy with a red eye looking like an alien.
What I saw, the police were acting in self-defense. And in law, self-defense is legitimate and acceptable. So they have to defend themselves before they defend the public space where the demonstration was taking place. Because remember, the place that they are having it's a public space to which you also have the right. So your demonstration should not disrupt the work of other people or the rights of other people to use that place.
Were the rights of the demonstrators also trampled upon at some point?
Trampled upon in what way?
I'm just asking.
No. As far as I'm concerned, the police were acting in accordance with what the public order act says. That even without the court order, the public order allows the police to regulate the routes, even without the court order. Go and read. It's there. So if you decide to defy the route, the police, in fact, they were upholding and protecting the rule of law. They want to ensure that the order of the court is respected. And also, if somebody started throwing stones at them, the right of self-defense also gives them the right to defend themselves before they can protect the demonstrators and then the other people who are using that public space. Do you know that at the end during the demonstration, a lot of shops were closed there? Because they were afraid that maybe something untoward will happen. By so doing, you are denying that cocoa seller along the route or the right to earn a lawful living. So to me, some of these things, when they happen, we have to be very careful. So I expect and hope that the police will do the needful. And I know that we have very competent attorney general. One of them was our colleagues at Gimpa.
For real?
Yes.
Okay.
Asunaba Dapadina.
Okay. She came to school.
She was a lecturer. Okay. She was a colleague.
Okay.
Very straightforward, very who wants the right thing to be done. Like so I think that they should the prosecution, they should do it very tight. No loopholes.
No loopholes.
They should tighten it so that it will send a signal that nobody is above the law in this country. This is what I believe in. Whether MPP, NDC, Ghana is bigger than all of us.
Ghana is bigger than all of us. Latest on that, so 29 protesters have been charged by the police.
Yeah. The charges to be very strong. They shouldn't make any loose charges. So.
No loose charges. So these are the charges. Let's see how loose they are. Or strong. The charges are offensive conduct and destruction of public property. There were 2. But you named like 4.
I named like 4. Criminal unlawful bodily harm to the police officers who were harmed. That's unlawful bodily harm. And then they were also obstructing the police from doing their work.
I think you should be a police prosecutor. People looking at you, they will be so scared. And so 2 charges.
Just 2 charges.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it tight enough?
Yeah. They could add more.
They could add more. Yeah.
They could add more. In my candidate opinion, I know they have very fine lawyers.
What's the advantage of adding more? I mean, if from the prosecutor's point of view, what is the benefit in adding lots of charges?
Because all the offenses are different. Causing unlawful bodily harm is different from destruction of public property.
Or offensive conduct.
Offensive conduct.
Okay.
Offensive conduct is so broad, and you allow the lawyers to have some escape routes. It's offensive conduct is undefined. You have to make it specific. Cut it down.
If I insult you, is that offensive conduct?
Well, it depends on the insult. If it is defamatory, but it only becomes defamatory when a third party hears it. If you tell me, oh, dog, you are so and so and nobody hears it, it's not defamatory because it's not published. It only becomes defamatory when it is made known.
But if I insulted your mother, is that offensive conduct?
No, I don't think so. Under the criminal and other offenses, you tell me you insult my mother, it's not an offensive conduct. It's not been criminalized. You see, sometimes a crime is to prevent, and it is made punishable after due process.
Okay.
So anything that the state does not criminalize, you can't call it a criminal offense. For instance, in Ghana, sleeping with somebody's wife is not a criminal offense.
Exactly. It's a moral offense, right?
It's a moral offense, but in law, we don't talk morality. I told my students and they were surprised. I said, yeah, if you sleep with somebody's husband or somebody's wife, she cannot go to police station and ask the police to arrest you and charge you for sleeping with her husband or his wife. No.
What can she do?
Because we have not criminalized it.
What can she do?
It could be enough ground for divorce, but it's not a criminal offense.
Right. So infidelity.
Yeah, if you can prove infidelity, it will be part of the ground for divorce.
Okay.
But it's not a criminal offense.
Okay.
But in other jurisdictions, the United States of America, they have, in California, they have a law that alienating the affection of somebody's spouse. If you begin to give flowers to my wife, you call her in the night, gradually you are alienating the love she has for me. So I can go to court to get an injunction to stop you from giving my wife flowers, sending her to Kibinski for dinner. No.
Oh, in California?
Yeah, in California.
Wow.
So you are alienating somebody's the affection of somebody's spouse.
Wow.
It could be both ways, both men and women.
Yeah.
So
those of you who are in California and watching us, be careful. Don't alienate the affections of somebody's spouse. You may end up in court. All right. If you've heard the rants, so there's a Gavi and non-public officers making pronouncements on public issues. That's Bernard's big rant, and there are two rants here from Dr. Jinde. Antiaku Roads, do better. C- is the grade that they're giving you so far, and the issue of the Arise Ghana and the possible offenses that they should be charged with, and making sure that you do the right thing according to the dictates of the law. What is your rant this morning? There's a lot of busy activity on Ghana Broadcasting Corporation's Facebook page. We'll bring up those concerns for you. But we're talking IMF. And last Friday, there was an official statement from the government with respect to seeking support from the IMF. We want to bring that statement up to you. It came in as a little surprise. Not sure whether it was nice for a lot of you, but it came in just around. I'm going to show you that statement in a short while. And so basically asking the IMF for support to deal with issues, and of course COVID-19 and Ukraine were mentioned again as some of the reasons behind what they wanted to do. So let me just show it to you right now. It's going to come up on your screen pretty soon, but let me read it. So it was dated 1st July. Okay, so the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has authorized Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta to commence formal agreements with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, inviting the fund to support an economic program put together by the government of Ghana. Now, this follows a telephone conversation between the President and the IMF Managing Director, Ms. Kristalina Georgieva, conveying Ghana's decision to engage with the fund. At a meeting on June 30th, 2022, which was last Thursday, Cabinet indicated its support for the decision. So the decision was approved by Cabinet. Cabinet supported it last Thursday, a day before it was announced. The engagement with IMF will seek to provide balance of payment support as part of a broader effort to quicken Ghana's build back in the face of challenges induced by the COVID-19 pandemic and recently the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and signed by the Information Minister Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. Now, for those of you who are wondering, okay, so this whole IMF, it's Mahamadu's fault. It's Mahama's fault. It's not if money fail or if Mumu finish. Let's tell you what the IMF is. So the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, is an international organization which was created by the US and the UK at the end of the Second World War. Its original purpose was to give loans to countries suffering from short-term economic crisis in the expectation that they would quickly recover and the loans would be able to be repaid. Over time, and particularly since the third world debt crisis began in the 1980s, the IMF has shifted to lending to countries in longer-term economic crises that are unable to pay their debts. These IMF loans repay the original lenders, whilst the debt remains with the country. In return for such loans, the IMF usually insists on changes to government policies, such as cuts in government spending. Listen carefully. Cuts in government spending, that's number one. Increase in regressive taxes, such as VAT. 3, privatization of state-owned enterprises. And 4, removal of regulations on businesses. So these are the kind of things that are going to happen with IMF bailouts. They'll cut government spending, so government will now be forced not to be spending willy-nilly. They will increase taxes. Of course, if it's increase in taxes, it is we the human beings, we the citizens who will pay those taxes, such as VAT. Privatization of state-owned companies. So state-owned companies may be privatized. Means private companies, mostly foreign companies, will come and take over. And then there will be removal of regulations on businesses. So it's to make it more free, capital, it's more capitalistic, okay? Third point, the IMF is run by its member governments according to a voting formula designed to ensure that the US and Europe control the institution. The US has 70% of the votes, 1-7, at the IMF, therefore having an effective veto on major changes, as these require an 85% majority. You see how it works? You need an 85% majority to make things happen. But if the USA votes against something, that's it. That in effect is a veto, because 100 minus 70 will give you 83, and you can't get to the 85 no matter what you do. Now, Europe has 32% of the votes. If you put all the European countries together, they have 32%. USA has 17%. So 32 plus 17, Europe and USA alone, 49% of the votes of IMF. Now, get this. This is Ghana's percentage of the votes. 0.18% of the votes. Not even 1%. 0.18% of the vote. That's Ghana's votes. Okay? The head of the IMF has always been a European, following a deal agreed between the US and Europe. And the head of the World Bank has always been American. So the IMF will always be European. The World Bank will always be headed by an American. For those of you who are thinking, oh, now they have some Africans heading certain places, well, the shareholding structure, the vote structure lets you know that the majority of the power resides with USA and Europe. So that, in a nutshell, is what you need to know about the IMF. So keep in mind, when you start hearing of cuts in spending, if you start hearing of increases in VAT, if you start hearing of deregulation of businesses, you must know that this is what they're going to ask us to do. All right? We're going to go to Cape Coast to get some views from the people on the ground with our man Alan, and I'll come back into the studio with Dr. Anani Jide and BOT Bernard Odro-Techi for their thoughts on IMF and matters arising. It's 7:57. Daryl Alantego is our man in the Central Region. Daryl, good morning. How are you? Tell us what you are saying. Yes. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Kafui. Thank you very much for coming to us. We're currently at the Paydu station. Obviously, people who travel into Cape Coast from Accra, especially from the Kanishi station and around, would normally end up here at the Paydu station and then continue either to Itakradi or Chifupraso. This morning when we arrived, we spoke to a few people, and so the men you see behind me have expressed some really very interesting divergent views. Some are saying, in fact, if we're going to go to the IMF, then the tolls should be open and e-levy should be scrapped. Obviously, it will be me stating what I have heard them say, but to hear it from them will then be their view and not mine. And so I'm quickly going to go and speak to them and find out what they think about Ghana going to the IMF. Indeed, the news came out last Friday, and so all throughout the weekend it has been the case. Please bear me. Uncle Pocho, morning. Good morning.
Yes, I do.
Mpocho, emodin kakranche.
But you're not sorry.
Uncle, I'm there. That no train me near you, Hono, Oboto Gade Ghana, Yarko, IMF. It's you not then.
But you're meeting imum na on yet the African nation, after Ghana, you also some part of the nations. Nti say Tama Mahama wa or abandon your quarry, Nampo walk a day. Namebun onye into American. Nay swear. Sisia Nyama Oko Acho. Nti I am a favor. I impedient 11 months, you moment because what's a little drop of water make a mighty ocean. Kaka na when inya, Shenko Casa, on Casa, what you mean, who could heavy loaded, which you free. What you free, won't you actually so the minimum? At least, any kind of come and say 2 at least 10 cents and a 2 bear 1 cedar. One other into what your higher money because what for your more than ye can.
Uncle Pocho, what's what you're watching, Kaka?
Okay.
Yeah, for IMF. Uncle Mawacha and I do not see some for 2. Also, what's that?
Odekano make here the whole Ghana. Medine Odro Isaac. Now, my question may be sent so man paying say or IMF. IMF no or ninja sooner there. I met the whole Ghana you and sana. I hear Bobo ya boda uncle.
Say, Miss Yama, a man here, Casamotono, a baniso engineer. Now you hear there a full or boy another was of Hanasin. And into a year local IMF.
Yo, many Abanika say, yes, Casamo engineer. If you are saying, yeah, you're whooping. I say beside it, I will pay. Such as you're whooping. I say beside it, I will pay. Now, all the IMF. A count some baby children. Na adekone say we are see what the addition was no that mother should be one can say ni bi atasa nti so what they o man ma o man pay no say sika what the man no say hwe si here so hwe si here aka mf won you know atasa me yeah me say be some that mention margin 5 mf me yo nti what this score the man no na ebe betra amenya akonyo so no na edi sika efu plane we kan asem kiro sika ode mo wi me fe ye me fe emwa atasa so mo se mpenfu o man mu na wo na ye ja ye di o man na hye wonsa enti wo sika na ye da mo hwesu ye me enti bi so se sika no se yo se the whole Ghana se ya na de dan kwa akofo ado se ne papa no company na na jewu na wo de hye ne se na konhwa dem na nebusu afo be hwe da on tutu sika sama
I'm there, the moon me too. Me too. My uncle uncles no uncle Pocho is that quite fraud. Ejano. Ejano Pocho my apu watch when I doing was what then a wide range of day. No pain assuming I'm me and me walking. You know, I can't see you shake. One way and painful. This a man of talk on. No, we are doing too much. You use a car, you come and I'm baby. Put us at those Amandu bebre, but my brother king. I already use some of them. No mum, you told Mumba. Now he 11 if you. I wonder where you 11 if you know what the two neighbor. I know but to my Miskaka crabim. Now if I see 11 because I was when you watch anyway. I say you should be on. You won't should be on. We feel a 2 member yas and there. Where you 11 move well, Baba. Ibn so what you told in chair a mountain in the Yebia no wakal. Into honestness can we ensure that you who? Somebody, the Abashian, my own baby. Exactly what we do for with Abashi petroleum, with Abashi taxes be brim. You see, sir, what happened there? You live in Slam or time that. Yeah, young train to mum, in going 10. I'm a boy. Mother was CP, Uncle was a better wagon. Yeah, she had gun a local IMF. Why do you then? Oh, what
That's a cross-section of views from our people at Pedu in the central region, Cape Coast, talking about their response to Ghana's decision to seek support from the IMF. Listening to those people, what was your impression, Bernard? Just listening to how they were responding to the issues.
In my initial commentary, I said that.
Let me just wrap up with that. They are back, and then we'll get your comments. So, Alan, we're back to Alan. Yes, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Alan, go ahead.
Okay, so
are there no ladies? Are there no ladies?
Are there no ladies? With this gentleman who's standing next to me, and his view is whether we like it or not, government should go to IMF because in the current economic situation, it is not sustainable. But he also made a very interesting point that perhaps there are too many friends and families in this government. For that matter, government is unable to crack the whip. And so some should be made to take the back seat just so that at least those who can be held to account are made to come into government. The many views they expressed earlier on in the Fanti dialect. Let me try and bring you a summary of those. There appears to be a common ground among these men I spoke to. All of them seemingly feel if we should scrap the e-levy as far as we're going to the IMF, it will be a good way forward. Next is to make sure that we have our tolls back. They feel our regional neighbors who use our highways from our harbors into their home countries should be made to pay more. And they said interesting, but if we would go to IMF, indeed, if we haven't already been to the IMF, it would be good if we ensure that our way of spending is checked. They mention one common one that we seem to all know, which is the way the president travels, and they feel that should also be bring into some kind of checking, and with that we'll be fine, and there wouldn't be so much pressure on the economy. Those are some of the views expressed by the men who work here at the Paydu station here in the central region. Thank you very much for coming to us once again, Kafui. As always, my name is Darrell Alan Tego. You can follow my Twitter handle, ALL4DAT. Thank you very much. This has been your chief laborer from the central region.
I'm loving the blazer, man. I'm loving the blazer. My size is 42. Make sure you get one for me. All right. Thank you very much, Alan. All righty. So yeah, back from central region here into the studio. Your thoughts really on what you heard?
Yes, Kaf, straight to the point. I said in my initial commentary that economics is 95% common sense. Because economics is based much on presumption, predicting into the future. So what you leave it is that use common sense. Look, feedback is a gift. Feedback is a gift in organizational development. Ironically, in Africa and for that matter in this country, across all government, not only on this government, our government don't give feedback. It is instructive to know that very people who have critical voices, they will haunt you, they will criminalize you. So our government rule with fear. And once you rule with fear and govern with fear, people don't honestly come out with feedback. Look, we are talking about fiscal consolidation. And here you are looking at three things. You tax the people, you borrow, you spend. And there is no magic in economics. You cannot use voodoo economy to run a country like Ghana. It can't work. You can't use voodoo. It is simply taxing the people. And when the taxation is not enough, you go to the other market and borrow.
I beg, use another word. Voodoo is for my people. They will not be happy. Use another word. Magic.
Magic.
Yes.
You know, there's no magic in economics. It is garbage in, garbage out. So, Kaf, in fiscal consolidation, there are three key things involved. Taxation, borrowing, spending. Now, when you have taken, you have oil revenue, you have tax revenue, and other source of revenue for borrowing. When you have taxed your local people, and it is not enough, it is sensible to go out and borrow. That's understandable. But when you have taxed and borrow, what do you put the money to use for? Do you use the money conscionably? So in our part of jurisdiction, you see a lot of the things we do in consumption. Other part of the world, prudent expenditure, austerity measures, and you can see that, look, if they are putting in £1, the value for money. You heard the local people. These are not people who have PhD in economics. They have PhD in common sense. And they are telling you the very thing the government can do. And at times, look, there are friends of mine.
What were some of their suggestions? What did they say?
Look, they said that extravagant government, flamboyant government lifestyle. They are talking about the convoy of government. Look, if you go to UK and the Prime Minister is coming at time on a bicycle, go to my municipality, the MCE coming. 8 cars, 8 convoy for what? What are you producing for the people? So you nonsensically go to Germany. The country we go to borrow, they live modestly. We come here and fly in chartered jets. Who does that? And the presidency should watch out this morning. It must first start with him. He should cut down his Arabian kind of living lifestyle. He should cut it down. You see, you go to Europe, Asia, America, and borrow. But the leaders that you go to them to borrow, they live modestly. Take Boris Johnson, take Joe Biden. They have bigger economy, and they are living within their means. Look, in this part of the world, Nigeria put up their own national cathedral, so to speak, that was funded by the people. National cathedral in the midst of these times. Who does that? My concern is not even about the cathedral. But you pull down 9 buildings, magnificent buildings. Judicial Institute was pulled down, Ghana Maritime Authority, they were all pulled down. And then it value over 1 billion Ghana cedi. For what? So you see, the things we say, we talk about, they are commonsensical. And you see, politics is an equation. It's a functionality of common sense. If you fail to apply common sense, somebody will crack a ship on you. Why must you, as a finance minister, as an education minister, as a health minister, with all your background, you go to IMF for a master degree holder to put a check on you? Does that make sense? Look, most of the people who come from IMF, arriving next week, whatever it is, some of them are even master degree holders. They come to your country and they line up your presidency, your cabinet ministers, and they school them like kids. Can they do this in Singapore? Look, I'll show you a document. I brought something for your view. Have you seen this document? In the year 2016, I got a chance to get to the White House for a program, Mandela Washington Fellowship. And I got a grant to start a project in my region. I come from Bono region. And I realized that of Ghana, that is the Bono region. And there was nothing like a fertilizer manufacturing or blending company there. So I took out this project to make sure that one day we get a fertilizer manufacturing company there. I got a grant of $125,000 into feasibility study. God being so good, I got the Mauritius chemical and fertilizer industry to partner me. They came down from Mauritius. We did a 3-month extensive feasibility study. We took the report to when D1 left, they selected us. They gave us an award selection letter. GCB Bank was chasing us for the project. The chiefs in my area gave us 17 acres of land for the project. This is it. This is it. 17 acre worth of land for the project to start. GCB Bank was chasing us for this project. We took this policy document after when we were selected at GCB Bank chasing us because they give LCs for fertilizer importation. We took this project to our great minister in 2018. Then he told us that with the white people with me in his office that government is going to set up Ghana fertilizer industry in 2018. We are in 2022. Can he show us a foundation, a brick, where the Ghana fertilizer industry company is? And come to think of it, as we speak today, fertilizer is in shortage in Ghana. So the common sense should have at that time told the minister that we need this project in Bono region. Look, government spent over $2 billion to import fertilizer each year. Is it not commonsensical for the government to have supported this? $125,000 gone. White people travel from Mauritius, they come, do a project. It is a document. Everything is here. Today, when I hear the minister talk about fertilizer shortage, I said this man is wicked on Ghanaians. You know why? He got a brilliant opportunity to avert that situation out of greed. And whatever I can't think of said that government is going to do the same. 4 years now from 2018. Let the agriculture minister come out and show me and you where the foundation of that Ghana fertilizer industry company is.
How does this link to the IMF conversation we had?
It is because, you see, you are looking at importation, balance of payment trade. You are spending $2 billion to import fertilizer each year. Cocoa board, planting for food and job. You sit in the country, a young guy of my caliber. I think of how to solve that problem. And I never folded my arms. I got a grant from the US Embassy, White House. I never do chop with it. I bring people do detailed feasibility study. This is a document. And the presidency knows, and I don't know this document because Captain Koda was brought on board when the thing has gone west. And here is the case we are crying of shortage of fertilizer.
Why do you think it wasn't green-lighted?
Greed. Greed on the part of the agriculture minister. You know why? license to import, they get their benefit out of that. So if they allow you to set it up, their benefit to be cut off.
These are serious allegations, though.
This is the document the presidency knows.
Can you prove greed, though?
If not for greed, why will you say you are setting up same? 4 years now, you can show a foundation. This issue went viral, eh? The presidency brought cutting coded in the picture. This issue went viral in the whole country. And I'm saying that, you see, you live in a country that we can do certain things simple. Talk about sugar. Commander Sugar Factory. Look at how much we spend to import sugar each year. A past government tried to set it up. You came to meet it. Is it functional now? So the things we can do to put our economy in shape out of greed, hatred, we will not do it. Last of it all, have you seen the banking sector? Me, if people go wrong, punish them. Heritage, Sovereign, UT Bank, whatever. If some directors have gone wrong, you penalize them. But to throw the baby away with the dirty water, that is an injurious mistake. Lloyds Bank in UK, at a point they were on their knees. The UK government held them up. See, you use 25 billion Ghana cedi to clean up a banking sector. 6 years later, you then go to borrow 750 million USD to start the Development Bank of Ghana. Is that conscionable? Think about it. You use 25 billion Ghana cedi to clean up a banking sector. 6 years later, you go out and borrow less than 6 billion to set up a bank that those 9 banks could have done better. Who government does that? Is there common sense in this? So the things we go to, they are self-inflicted. And let me say it on this show. I'm not again going to IMF in principle. I am not again going to IMF. But the things we have done that are transitional to get it where we are, they are self-inflicted. They are things we could have avoided. But we chose greed and hatred. Look at where we are. You see, if you take economists of banking, it takes between 10 to 100 years to build a robust financial system. So you see, the more you clamp down banks, whether it was fair, foul, or whatever it is, you are killing the public confidence to set up banks in your country. And that's what today. If you take the banking industry, it's owned by foreigners. That's why the day when I saw the man you interview on this show, what is the name? Sir Sanjona. When you talk about the fact that our economy is owned by foreigners, it's deserving. Because we always kill our own and promote foreigners.
So it's a major rant there with Bernard. We'll get Doc's thoughts also on IMF issues, but we need to get to the streets and speak with Jay, our man, Jay Gabra, who also has some views, public views, on what has to be the hot topic. If you went to the IMF's Facebook page and read the recommendations from Ghanaians about what they should do or shouldn't do, yeah, you would know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of heat and emotion about this particular topic. I'm trying to see if we can connect with Jay Gabra. Jay, can you hear me? If Jay can't hear me, we're going to go back. Oh, Jay's here. Jay's here. Jay, what's up? Where are you? Tiptoe, I believe.
Thank you so much, Kafi. Good morning and welcome to the Tiptoe Lane right here in Circle. You know, ever since the announcement was made for the IMF bailout package, one of my takeaways is the fact that Ghanaians find humor in everything. Since the announcement was made, they found different meanings for the name of the acronym IMF. Everybody is saying something else, and some of the iterations they've given are quite funny. So still on seeking public opinion on the IMF bailout package that government has requested, we have gathered a few people here, and then they would like to tell us their opinions of what they think, whether it's a good idea or not, and what else they would like to say. Boss, what to say? Patrol Fro saying. It's me, Gilbert Adenyo. Okay, Patrol, what to say? IMF government person IMF bailout package. What's John saying?
Now, I say, because at the beginning, almost e-levy never boom. After e-levy, now almost as you call a friend say. After e-levy, almost as you call IMF. And send a person call IMF, and they say Omunjai e-levy. Now I'm to call IMF. Send your Obiabet Mania Scout on the bottom because it's your man Moyedi.
It is e-levy, no one saying.
E-levy, no, they il est venu de Nyakra Mboy.
Iti encore wom. Okay. Iti encore IMF bill apaka anase.
Na munja il est venu.
Okay. Iti encore IMF bill inja il est. Okay. So.
On croit dire on munja il est venu. Na mun ko.
Thank you so much. So he's of the opinion they should just scrap A-levy if they are going to the IMF. I have another gentleman here. Hi, good morning. Please, your name is?
I'm Gideon.
Gideon. So Gideon, what's your opinion about the whole government and the IMF package deal and all?
I think that is total disappointment to we Ghanaians, because when he was coming to power, he promised us that he's going to use our own resources to manage the country. And if he's talking about COVID and other stuff, I think it's very bad, because COVID, they gave us money to manage the country when we had COVID. So I think it's very bad to return us to the IMF, because they are going to dictate for us what we should do. I think it's very bad.
So when it comes to IMF bailout package, what exactly do you know about IMF bailout packages?
IMF, what I know is they dictate for us what to do as a country when we signed that kind of IMF. And then we are not going to have job doing in our country. They're going to tell us whom we should employ, how many people we should employ, and all that stuff. I think it's very bad. And then I think where the country is going now, I think I now get to understand Rawlings now, whatever Rawlings did.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, I think I need not to talk a lot about it, but I think as a citizen, I'm not getting to understand Rawlings.
Okay, so before you leave me, a good idea or not to go for the IMF?
And disappointment to the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's your.
That's my opinion.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So he's also of the opinion that it's a bad idea. The IMF package is not. Oh, good morning, boss. People are called there.
Adam.
Pacho Frau saying.
Me name Philip Ifabuatin.
Pacho, who is Juma? What tips are in Hayana?
Me here Juma wa here.
Okay. It's IMF bailout package. Unhum bibiana.
Oh, IMF no there. Unse abanda da na breso no. Na odi akwa IMF ama Ghana for ekwo awunyehia mu bebre. Esan IMF no nhyehyɛ ni nti. Ghana ni bia animsem se IMF no nhye bebre wo mu a ede ahokyere bre wo man no. Nanso esan sikasem nti na yekokɔ wura mu nti abawe ne ba no ɔkan sɛ ɔno ya IMF no de ɔmfoa so nti wɔ se Ghana beyond aid sɛ yɛni ankasa yɛ mmɔmɔde na yɛnyɛ yɛnwuma na yɛnya sika mfamɔ yɛ ho bra amanfoɔ te aseɛ na mmom no wohwɛ sɛni a aban wei free education kura no nkwale egu aban yi so otimi manage no plasma no yɛba second term mi no aban no ehwa sɛnia crisis asi e wo wiase no me yeso sɛ obi enim sɛ Ghana yɛden na so nya Ghana nko a ba bia ayɛden na no mi redi ayi bi omo kyɛ sɛ ɔman bi no mu hɔ kora na IMF no mo nko bi da batende omo akowura hɔ because of crisis asi COVID-19 problems and Ukraine samsam nti no omo so akowura IMF no mu enti abani kan seka IMF no onko nanso wo hwɛ sɛnia eniema si akwɛyɛ no a aduane no ɔmpɛ me si me chi anasa me kon no enya maduane nanso sɛ ɛkɔm de medi a na sɛ me kodi a me fi sɛ bɔne bi anim ɛno nti no sɛnia esi kɔ no deɛ sɛ abani se yɛnkɔ IMF a woma yɛma no the benefit of the doubt because can yensi wo ewiase no yakɔ IMF eti sɛ nei na sɛ abasa niema asi wo wiase na nkwale adodo egu aban we sɛ so na sɛ ɛho kyerɛ aba no so ɔbɛkɔ IMF a moma yɛma the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. So he's of the opinion we give government the benefit of the doubt. If they want an IMF bailout package, then we do that for them. I just have one more person who just give us his views briefly, then we go ahead. Good morning, boss. Please, your name is?
Oh, I'll speak to you. So.
Oh, Pacho, what did you say?
Esama.
Okay, into your IMF bailout package, into briefly, we can once. Oh, now IMF package, no. What do you want to say?
One, Ghana is a member of IMF. Two, as we call IMF, and number two, others are self-induced. So we have a disca, a be disca, a be disca, no be IMF. Now why? And 2 years as Zenta, for example, petrol, cost, will be an cost. Two, and to call Russia and no sabeba ntani accidental nte 2 1 so wa wa dis abansika abana di Ghana fu nyina sika no kwa me fa akopɛ credibility ani ne wa ni sika no accidental two different
okay.
No, we do a Kana.
Okay, it's who say is it a good idea and I say it's a bad
idea. Because motive now the corner here. So much motive too. No. Okay. One self-induced. So what this can now I feel credibility different from accidental. Okay. I will be able to be China from Russia or her department we ask. And nobody's ready to face that.
Okay, sure. For now, thank you. So, he wants to go on a standard rant, but that's all time will allow us for here on the tiptoe lane here in Teko. So these are the divergent views from Ghanaians over here. Back to you, Kafui, in the studio.
Those guys where you like brilliant discussion you are having with some two guys. Brilliant discussion you are having with what's your son?
All right, thank you. The film with which the
first place, these institutions, these Bretton Woods institutions, the way they were set up, and then their objectives, and then their design, they are not designed to help countries like us.
At all.
They are not designed to help countries like us. And then if you look at the history of IMF in Ghana, I think it's not very pleasant.
We've been there 16 times.
We've been there several times. Has it changed anything? But at the end of the day, government has no option than to go back to IMF.
No option? We couldn't have China for money?
Well, I think I'm not a government policy advisor. I think they look at the various options, and in their opinion, they thought that was the right option for them.
The Chinese normally give you money without talking too much.
Well, I think that is the Chinese. That is up to government to come and answer. I don't work for government. I don't speak for government. I've never been part of government.
I know.
So,
but I'm thinking, was this the only option?
Well, to me, there could be other options. But this the option government felt was the most appropriate under the circumstances. And nobody goes to IMF jubilating. No, you go there because you have no other option.
There's a problem. Do you think they'll be eating a lot of humble pie today?
Well, I think so, because we had certain statements about going to IMF, how we could manage our own economy, try to build our own local base by way of production, and then going beyond aid. And I think they were all good, well-intentioned policies, but how they translate into practice is another thing. So we have no option, because the history of IMF in this country, starting from the structure adjustment program, PASCAM 1, PASCAM 2, whatever, it has not helped the people of Ghana. But if at the end of the day we have to go back, well, then we have to do a lot of belt tightening. But I think the other thing we also have to look at is to cut down costs on government spending, including the extravagant salaries we pay to our MPs who only go there to fight in Parliament. One of them is sitting, and I'm intentionally choosing my words carefully just to provoke him. And then the ex-gratia we pay to this Council of State members and all the beneficiaries of Article 71. If we have to cut down our costs, we have to look at all those things. And then the pay that we give to non-performing CEOs. I've been saying that in other jurisdictions, state-owned enterprises make profits and then pay dividends to government. But in our part of the world, no. Why? Because of poor corporate governance systems we have in place. So if we have to go to IMF, let's cut down the costs. CEOs, they must take at least 50% cut. MPs, 75% cut. This is my suggestion. And then next we give to some of the CEOs. I was talking to one of my friends who is a board member of one of these state-owned enterprises. They had to furnish the residence of a CEO at the cost of 330,000 cedis. Just the furniture for his residence. He's a board member. I said, but what did you approve? Tanya, well, the CEO told us that he needed it to, we have no option. I said, look, have you heard of corporate governance before? He said, yes. But you do that. We are making losses. And then you have to use 330,000 just to furnish his residence. What extra work is that man doing to deserve this?
So a lot of measures.
You see, sometimes it's self-inflicted.
Okay.
Leadership in this country, they are too greedy. You see, this is what Karl Marx will tell you, that the laws we put in place, the governance system we put in place, the economic system we put in place, is a conspiracy between the ruling class and the state, so that they can exploit ordinary people like us. And this is what is happening in this country. Look at the MPs. When it comes to their salary, they don't disagree. MPP, NDC, they all go along the same line. CEOs, you put your own friends there, and then you give them 80,000 a month. How much is the governor of Bank of Ghana taking? Almost 120,000. What on earth is that man doing to deserve that money?
Should he remain at post?
No, we should all cut down the cost because there's no option now.
Should there be some
Then, look, we should all cut down the cost, because if we don't do that, I will go with Karl Marx that the state has conspired with the ruling elite to exploit all of us. That is my position. So if we have to make any headway, the IMF will not solve our problem. Let's start from home. Cut down cost.
Okay.
Ministerial appointment. Japan, it's a country of 126 million.
Where are we?
They don't have more than 19 ministers.
Where are we at now, Ghana?
Ghana, Germany, they are 84 million. They don't have more than 26 ministers. Japan, they've put a cut on the number of ministers you can appoint as a government. So what are we doing? We are joking. We are not a serious country.
Okay, so in that light, in the light of what you see as too many ministers, I'm reading about Argentina, where they've changed their economy minister because of so many issues. Inflation running at an annual rate above 60%, and the country has recently gone to the IMF to restructure $44 billion in debt. Is this time for the president to fire his finance minister?
Well, I think so. To me, he has failed. He has failed because when we came, we were all hailing him. Oh, we are moving out of IMF. Now we are going to start our. We have to going to start this. How do you call it? We are going to move beyond Ghana beyond aid. And somebody said we should do Ghana beyond corruption. Instead of Ghana beyond aid, we should do Ghana beyond greed. This is what
Give it to me.
This is what some foreign diplomat told me in a conversation with him. He said, look, instead of shouting Ghana beyond aid, do Ghana beyond corruption, Ghana beyond greed. Then you people can save your country. These slogans do not help anybody. So if we really want to move out of this mess, we have no choice. We have to go. And that is where they are going to impose their conditionalities. Starting from 83, when they imposed their conditionalities, we have to sell almost 300 state-owned enterprises that Kwame Nkrumah built under the so-called Divestiture Implementation Committee.
So the finance minister should go, really?
Well, in my candid opinion, I'm just saying it. I'm just a small lecturer somewhere, but my voice does not go anywhere. But I'm expressing my opinion.
Of course, you have a 100% right to do that. Bernard, you think so too?
I think he should have been gone by now. I keep telling people that we have two COVID-19 in Ghana. The real one and the next one is the finance minister. And I'll tell you why. If you have a finance minister who is a borrowing minister, what do you get? That's an economic planning. Because any money he borrows, he has a commission. So he can borrow for the nation to suffer. He doesn't care. And I have intimated this point over and over and over from day one. Check Ghana very well under him. The past IMF program ended 2019. So he took hold of the economy in 2020. And everybody must appreciate that. Ken Ofrata genuinely and ingeniously, by domestic application, handled the economy from 2020 till now. So all the way from 2017, 18, 2019, Ghana was still under the IMF program because it was extended after 2018. So just run the economy from 2020 till now, he's running aground. But you see, Ghana, we value people with big titles. Check the Fourth Republic. Check from Kwesi Botre, Kwame Pepra, Yawosafo Mafo, the late finance minister, Kojo Baredu, and down Seteke to him. He's the worst of it all. But he's the one who came with title, yield, graduate, yield that, this, that. He's a disaster. But the difficulty is that the president cannot sack him because he's a co-president of Ghana. He is, because, look, people go to cabinet meeting and you talk to them, they are afraid to touch him. When people were agitating, recommend that he should be sacked, lawyer Gabi Ochidako, the Twittocracy man, came out to defend him. And it's not the policy direction of the government. Government spokesperson are defending him. Kav, let me ask you one simple question.
Will it solve anything if the finance minister is fired?
South Africa, Ramaphosa. Check. Just Google and check. He sacked his finance minister and just months later, the economy started picking up. If you have a finance minister who thinks of borrowing investment to make profit, check in the times of the COVID, the money he borrowed. His company alone made over 150 million Ghana cedi. Who won't love this job?
Let me take some messages while you're still thinking of stuff. So a couple of messages. It's flooded, man. It's crazy. It's not as crazy as the IMF's Facebook page, but we have got a lot of messages here. Government decision to go to the IMF. What does it mean to you? Messages coming in. Jacob says integrity is the key, or else IMF would even for integrity. Samuel means it means talk is cheap. The theory books cannot manage the economy. It means lies, deception, and sloganeering. It means people must resign now. The center cannot hold. Marie says we are not going to IMF. Ask Ken Oferiata if you think I am lying, with lots of emojis there. Stephen, it's the result of lies, lies, and more lies. That's the fortunate thing that is clouding any meaningful discussion around this whole U-turn. Augustine on Facebook says we can develop the country if we begin to think as Ghanaians and not as followers of political parties. IMF means more hardship to come. This will not even be the end. If we're not careful, years from now, we'll still go back. I'm really sad that at every election, Ghanaians only go to choose the lesser evil. Stephen says that's what you've been expecting. Okay. Adam says this tells us that we should never trust any politician in this country. Kweku says it means this government is good at just lying and sloganeering, but has no clue of managing the economy. The VP especially has disgraced himself and should not be tolerated when it comes to managing the economy. Al says it's a good move. IMF will help us improve on the micro side of our economy. We will also learn to be fiscally disciplined, more in the system. Mind you, this is the 17th time that Ghana is going to the IMF. What happened to the first 16? Sigley says it means our problems are going to increase. IMF will not allow government to reduce its taxes on fuel as we cry for. Yes, those of you who are thinking E-levy is going, think again. Government cannot employ, government expenditure will reduce, and there'll be more money in the system. There'll be money in the system. Okay. Oni Nana says it means nothing to me as an ordinary Ghanaian who knows that it will not yield any results since the president is not a listening government. I don't care for that matter. Gamado says they carefully embezzle the nation's resources to their enrichment and now think IMF the solution. And the gods are silent on this. This is a spiritual call. We must be careful. It means don't trust any politicians. Don't vote next time. So lots. Mahama left the economy that supported the salary of 120 Akufo-Addo ministers for 5 good years. Oh, Akufo-Addo, you chop all the economy. Boga says it means same old Ghana, nothing better here. IMF should start a census now in Ghana to know the number of Ghanaians in the country and share the money to everybody so that every Ghanaian is IMF and not to be given to one person for him to misuse it. And let me go to WhatsApp. There's a lot. WhatsApp, plenty. Alhaji Hamza. Interesting times we live in this country, but wonder shall never end. Prosperity will be my judgment was the last words. Posterity will be my judgment. Last words of President Mahama. Government has not been truthful to us at all. Experts in this country call on government to go to IMF for policy credibility, but they refuse. President Mahama and the NDC government was called names simply because of they going to the IMF. They should stop insulting our intelligence and do the right thing. Kobe, we are suffering and we will suffer more under IMF pollution. Wow. If Ghana was a company, the management would have started cutting costs long time ago. More messages. Mbamami, I just found out that this country has been to the IMF over a dozen times, 16 to be precise, 16. It's high time the fund declines from helping us because these leaders have it at the back of their minds. If we mismanage, our daddy IMF will come to the rescue. Kaf, I thought Mahama's one was the last. Okay. PK thinks finance minister needs to be sacked. With the 2 angry emojis there. I'm almost done. So many messages. MPP failed Ghanaians says Nuru. Jonathan says your panelists say what is right when it comes to increment of parliamentarians. They come together. One MP is in the House. I'm sure Thelma will put the questions to him. Government does not need the IMF to tell us to reduce the size of ministers. Vincent Dodu, a lady here. Monica, the rants by Dr. Jinde and Bernard this morning are excellent. I'm in total agreement with them. I expect Gabi to accept the criticisms in good faith as well as the organizers of the recent demo. IMF is really not this country's solution. I love today's discussion. I think majority of the citizens in this country lack education about the constitution of this country. Good morning, CAF. We've been to the IMF 17 times, 16 I believe. And what have we gotten as a country from it? They made us collapse all our factories built from Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's time, going to IMF is needless from Bafo Nkoko. It started in 1960s. Nkrumah was kicked out. And the last one was a couple of years back. IMF will not take us anywhere. The best thing to do is to make everything possible to let Ghanaians learn how to produce their own things so we don't depend on anybody. I wish I could read all of them, but we've got lots of other conversations. There's a big IMF conversation happening in a couple of minutes with Thelma and her guest, Dr. Forson and Professor Lord Mensah. I just want to wrap this conversation up by reminding you of some figures I saw from the World Bank's website, and I just thought I had to share this with you. So back in 2020, according to the World Bank, Ghana spent 44.6% of our revenue on interest payments alone. This is World Bank figures, 2020, 44.6%. Ghana was second in the world only to Sri Lanka, which spent 71.4% of revenue on interest payments in 2020. If you know what's happening in Sri Lanka, you just wish that if Sri Lanka is the neighbor with the beard on fire, then we need our bucket of water to sort things out, because it doesn't look good over there. We pray that we can get our act together and, frankly speaking, just do the right thing so that we don't have to have Daddy IMF telling you when to sleep, when to wake up, how to spend your own money. And those are my thoughts on this. Gentlemen, I really thank you so much. The conversations have been rich and rewarding.
Quick one.
BOT.
Quick. You see, if
you
you
have 30
need,
seconds.
If you need advice or morality, you don't go to the owners of a brothel.
Okay.
Short. So those who have ears should understand.
If you need advice on morality, don't go to the owners of a brothel. That's the BOT's
Thought for the day.
Thought for the day. Doc, do you have any interesting problems you want to end me with?
Well,
in whatever language you speak?
I think you have to cut your coat. Sometimes Ghana, we live beyond our means.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, last Saturday, when I was coming, just over the bridge, I heard this presidential convoy, so we had to give way. And what happened was, the lead motor, dispatch driver, or what do you call them? He just came with his motorbike, whoa, with his foot, bang, just knocked and my children were surprised, at the Atomic Junction.
It's terrible.
Is it what we bargained for?
We didn't bargain for that.
Please, treat us with some respect.
And on that note, on that respectful note, I want to say thank you so much, gentlemen. Enjoy your day. Enjoy the week. We'll meet again. And I'm waiting for Gario from both of you.
I'll bring it.
All right. We've got conversations coming up on the economy, IMF, on law, and on entertainment. You stay with us. Don't go anywhere. This is GTV Breakfast. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
Thanks for staying on. It's still Breakfast Live on GTV. Episode with Wahala Day. Bringing us into this segment, we are discussing the IMF. The government has decided to commence conversations with the International Monetary Fund on getting Ghana a bailout. And that communication came out on Friday, the 1st of July. And we know that the Finance Minister, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, will be leading the negotiations for the government side in the coming days. And the news has brought mixed reactions from members of the public. The political class, of course, have taken divided stance on whether or not this is the way to go. At the table with me this morning, we are going to try to understand what the IMF deal would mean for Ghana's economy as it stands. And we are picking the views of gentlemen who have sat with me at the table now. Dr. Castle Atu-Forson is a member of Committee of Parliament. Dr. Forson, good morning and welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much.
Next to him, the Honorable Joseph Kujo, who is Minister for Public Interest. He is going to speak for the government side today. Honorable, good morning and welcome.
Yeah, good morning.
Welcome back. So all three gentlemen have been with us before, and of course we've invited Professor Lord Mensah, an Associate Professor at the University of Ghana Business School. Prof, good morning and welcome. So you are meant to be the buffer, but you are at the end.
Oh, yes.
So just stay on the fire. Whatever is coming that we just stop it for us. And we can still hold.
No, he can still hold one in case.
It started already. Let's start with the basic question before I come to you. Perhaps I'm tempted to think that it's the government that has a lot of explaining to do to Ghanaians this morning. Because, Honorable Kujo, we've received assurances, and especially from cabinet ministers, led by Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, that this will not be the option that government would resort to. In fact, as recently as May, which is last month, the Honorable Finance Minister had made categoric statements that Ghana was remaining committed to its resolve not to go to the IMF for a bailout. Yeah. I've seen the story on Reuters, for example, as recently as May 12th. Yeah. It's July 4th this morning. What could have gone so wrong or right, depending on what you would say, within those weeks leading up to the announcement on Friday that negotiations were indeed going to begin?
Okay, thank you and good morning to your viewers. If you listen to the finance minister, you see the firmness with which he took that position. But let me invoke information is necessary for decision making. As at the time he was making the decision, and at that firm level,
all was well.
The information available then made him take that decision. Anybody who is in management knows that you make decisions not on your feelings, but on the back of information. So at the point in time, that is point preceding that moment in time, we were working on an enhanced domestic program, which would be delivered through the mid-year review. And we all believed so well that choices we are making could stay the country off going for IMF support. That was the reason why he took that decision. But today, given the outlook that is unfolding and the sustained nature of the crisis and the trend,
which were still the same on May 12th, because the Ukraine war was in February.
Please let me,
COVID has been with us.
Very good. Same today, but don't forget, all these decisions are based on outlook that is going forward. If today, if that time you believe that the Russian-Ukraine war was going to end the following day, your decision will be different from today, knowing that it's going to be protracted. So the conditions are the same, but now the outlook tells a different story.
Right. Okay. So those would be your initial comments.
Yeah.
I'll pick your thoughts, Dr. Forson, on what the NDC's position is on the decision by government to begin these peace engagements with the IMF. And I'll take you to the suggestion by the former President John Mahama that the finance minister should resign.
Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, even before I come to the very question you asked me, let me take a quick minute to react to what exactly my brother Honorable Kujo talked about. I disagree with him vehemently on the issue when he said that at the time they took the decision, unlike 2-3 months ago, information was not available to government. I take that to be ineptitude.
I didn't say information was not available.
Ineptitude and recklessness on the part of the government. If the government ever says that. No, let me land.
Information was not available.
So what was available? If you run a government
and you
see an accident coming and you fail to act, only for you to come and sit on national TV and tell us that you did not have enough information at the time, then what sort of job, what is your business doing at the Ministry of Finance?
I have to speak to the outlook. Speak to the outlook. Okay, don't shy away. Because I said about outlook.
It is ineptitude at the highest level. The reason why I'm saying it's ineptitude at the highest level. I saw this coming 12 months ago, and I kept warning 12 months ago, even in opposition, without full facts of the information. I saw it coming. You could see that back in 2019, we used 66% of 78% of our tax revenue to service only debt. 78%. They took over from 66%, moved it to 78%. The situation worsened in 2020, became very terrible in 2021, and first quarter 2022, it became a catastrophe. What it means is that at the end of first quarter 2022, you needed 108% of your tax revenue just to service your debt. It means all your tax revenue isn't enough to service your debt. And that was in March. And the minister responsible for finance, this information get to you first. I'm surprised at the goalpost. In fact, I will blame the 2022 budget as the cause of all of this. Because this will go down in history as the budget that lost the confidence of the investors. The very day that the budget was read, international investors reacted negatively towards Ghana's economy. That was the day that our bond spread got worse than COVID-19 days. That was the day. And the evidence are there for everybody to see. So let me say that on my part, this is self-inflicted on the back of debt. Government became reckless in borrowing left, right, and center without caring that this will mean a time will come you have to pay.
Does that justify the former president's call for the minister to quit?
You see, President Mohammed's point is simple. He is of the view that this problem is self-inflicted as a result of the management style of one person. If you are going to open a new page and to get the public along, it is only right that that person steps aside and you bring in new people, obviously, to shepherd the ship into a proper destination. Remember, the economy is one single most important thing to all of us, because the economy is your pocket. If you wake up in the morning and things aren't going well for you, if your child is sick and you cannot even take your child to hospital because you cannot afford it, if you cannot afford to eat 3 square meals if you have a family, then as a man it becomes a problem for you. The economy is everything. And it's only right for Mr. President, former President General John Mahama to make that statement.
I really thought I would correct him. 12 months ago he saw something. Russia-Ukraine war, which has created a new global environment. Did he see it 12 months ago? Is he a prophet?
So let me bring...
Interested in Russia, Ukraine.
No.
So
it's important
there are two arguments at the table, and that's why I allowed them to make their initial submission. The question on the minds of Ghanaians is, how did we get here, and is this the way to go? From where you sit as a financial analyst and you understand the economy perhaps better than some of us on the street, is this the way to go?
No, but also some way, somehow, yes. You know, if you take this country, this is not the first time that we go into IMF.
17th time, if we do go through.
But then the only difference is that the time span between, exiting IMF program and going back, this has been the shortest ever. Why did we get here?
Because at some
we
point,
were
we
enjoying
one of the largest
certain
growing economies.
economic in indicators which, I mean, the macro was doing very well, waiting for the macro to trickle down to the people's pocket. So somewhere 2018, 2019, we're still with IMF, you remember. We exited IMF, and then COVID came in. But then, exiting IMF, the lessons that we were supposed to learn and keep those lessons going. Remember, before we exited the IMF, the president set up, what we call Fiscal Responsibility Act, and then Fiscal Responsibility Committee in charge of ensuring that we keep to the IMF conditionalities. But the question is, were we using this act? Remember when the COVID came in, we know very well that the government had 8 budget lines of spending for that particular year before the COVID came. We also know very well that at the tip of getting into the COVID, election was facing us. And before all this, we were complaining of election year overspending, right? And then also, COVID came in. Then the fascinating thing is that the finance minister never changed the tone. The finance minister kept the government budget line going. The finance minister was also ready to keep COVID spending running. Under normal circumstance, when you are in a disaster, when there's a problem, you reduce your expenditure so that you can receive the shocks that COVID comes with. But we didn't see that. We see all these lines, going. So if we promise 100, hospitals, we want to deliver at a time that things are difficult. If we promised, certain levels of roads, we want to deliver at the times that things are difficult.
Because these are things that the people of Ghana also want, and they will benefit from.
They need them, but then in the end, we are in difficult times. So what did we do to receive the shocks that COVID comes with? We never position ourselves that we are ready to receive that kind of COVID shock.
So it's a self-inflicted wound, you're saying?
Hold on, I'm driving at a point.
Okay.
So, Finance Minister requested for a review of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Then quickly we started jumping into that spending momentum. And the spending momentum is what has driven us this far. Under normal circumstance, times that things are difficult, it is expected that every penny that you put on the ground is a penny that will generate, revenue. Okay? I call it one-to-one, mapping. More or less cutting your coat according to your size. But we didn't see that. So effectively, what we are facing now has been kind of an aggressive expenditure posture that we've adapted over since we exited the IMF. Now let me tell you for a fact that we knew we'd go to IMF.
Did we?
Combination of E-levy and then IMF is a fourth choice for Ghanaians, which indicate that we're going to IMF. We're going to IMF.
You're saying now, you knew we were going when
yes,
as recently
I knew
as
it.
May.
Let me take you from the budget that was ready in 2022. When you take the budget that was ready in 2022, a budget deficit of 37 billion was created. Now, in anticipation that we have to finance this 37 billion, for the first time, and I'll repeat, for the past 7 years, every time we see financing of our budget deficit is almost 50-50. 50% from the local environment and then 50% from external. For the first time in 2022 budget, we saw more than 50% from the domestic market. So out of the 37 billion, 27 billion is being financed locally through treasury bills and other government borrowing mechanisms. Now, government revenue enhanced policy like E-levy was there. And E-levy was projected to give us 7 billion. So if you deduct this 7 billion from the 27 billion, 20 billion to recover. At the point where we are complaining about liquidity, funds flow across the country, funds flow across businesses, funds flow from government to businesses, funds flow from individual point to the other. How would you, finance this, 20 billion? At the point where interest rate and then inflation rate are almost apart. So I wasn't surprised when government issues treasury bills. Sometimes they don't meet their target because the real value of that investment will be nothing to the institutional investors. So they decide that, well, we won't give you the money. Until government started, going up above what? As we speak now, treasury bill rate is about 25%. I mean, going about 2% above the inflation rate that we're looking at. So effectively, it tells you on the grounds that indeed things were not as expected. So that 20 billion, not 7 billion, if we were to get the e-levy as expected. But I knew very well that 7 billion will not be something that the government can easily.
So Prof saw it coming.
So effectively, that 20 billion, where are you going to get the money from? Looking at the situation on the grounds here, if you think about external financing, the Eurobond is nowhere to go anymore. And the government foresaw that problem coming. At that time, we had not received the information on the downgrading. And look at the way the government tilted, the financing of the deficit. It gives you the signal that there will be pressure on the Eurobond market. So let's look at the local market. And the local market, things were not looking good here. So where do you get financing from? From a soft spot like the IMF. It's like, picking up an insurance for your house.
Is the IMF a soft spot, though? Because these are institutions that would grant us a helping hand based on certain
yes, of course, but you need to understand when
and those conditionalities are what scare people.
So the question is, why do we go to IMF? IMF is more or less like an insurance. And it's for the fact that you have an insurance for your house does not mean that you're not supposed to have fire extinguisher. It's an insurance. But then what do you put in place to curb the future reoccurrence of going back to the fund? Those are the conditionalities they come up.
Right. Let me bring Honorable in here. So when we hear government communicators speak and they tell us things explicitly, and then we hear complete turnarounds, like in this situation, the confidence that people have in the things that the government communicates wanes. How do you come back from that? You promised Ghanaians that you were bringing the e-levy so that you would not have to go to the IMF for a bailout. Despite all the agitations, the e-levy bill was passed, paying. The allegations are that the revenue target you set out will not be met, which the finance minister has not addressed directly. Is that why you found the need to do this? And will you have to reverse the e-levy policy now that you're going to the IMF? Is the question Ghanaians want answers to.
You are asking it for Ghanaians. Let me help you. Don't forget, in financial management, funds flow over time. Cash inflow, outflow, they flow over time. E-levy, I like the tone he set for the conditions. And fire the question, where were you going to get the
20 billion?
Exactly. As if making the statement that time. That's why I say we've lost on time and things, unfolding of events. That point in time, credit downgrading happened. It had not. So that was an event that happened.
But the way the deficit financing was tilted, it was as if you anticipated a downgrading or possibly difficulty in raising external financing.
No, something happens.
That is why you.
So you didn't anticipate a problem of building, raising the monies, the 20 billion.
No, I'm saying.
So outside the e-levy.
Listen carefully. I'm saying credit downgrading had not, credit rating downgrading had not happened. Because there is an international, he assumed a 50-50 financing from domestic
over the years, almost 50-50.
But one event, downgrading, happened. That event meant higher costs and meant limited access to the international market. The point is that if that crisis had not happened, let me highlight that you would understand how
Can
the
I
word of
highlight the
financing.
fact that even the downgrading, the government side
Yes.
had issues with it?
Exactly, we did, and we respond because we believed no full information had been taken into.
So does
the
it then
downgrading.
feel like the other voice is justified when they make the claim that you perhaps must have anticipated all these things, and that's why you're bringing
I am
us to this
highlighting
point?
one event which is not in their discussion.
Okay.
A credit which happened. I'm highlighting all those that time when they were making all those points. One other thing that had not happened. February, there was a war. At the time, they were saying these things had not happened. Are they saying they are not significant? Let me explain to your listeners how significant they are. I'll go to the street and tell you that somebody who imports pharmaceutical products, for example, paying $1,000
from Ukraine.
At all, you know the global network. Don't talk like a serial caller. Don't talk like a serial caller. The global. If you don't import pharmaceutical product from Ukraine, you import from India, and India takes product from Ukraine, and it has affected input from Ukraine. Maybe a wheat something that it goes into the pharmaceutical product. It will increase its price.
India
Please.
is a key producer and exporter of wheat to the world.
I'm giving a network.
Ukraine,
I'm
India
giving a
is perhaps
network
one of the other significant countries.
Wait, we are not analyzing a product. I just gave a network of our.
But so be careful. The international trade network.
I'm saying exactly international trade network. It is the reason why maybe you import from Spain. Spain import oil from Russia. Spain is hit. It will hit the price of tiles as you import from Spain. When it comes to that level, the tiles you sell on the market, you have to increase it. And don't forget freight, which Joe Biden has spoken to, that has risen X times. Anybody who knows importation of cars or any goods into this country will tell you the reality that there has been. Wait, let me end on that because your listeners are not as sophisticated as we are. I want to take the conversation to them that there's somebody who was paying a $2,400 freight and is now paying $10,700. The invoice shows. That would mean same thing you are bringing into Ghana as import-dependent country. More dollars will be needed across all the products. What will be the implication for your international reserves? What will be the implication? So let's take the conversation there and we'll begin to understand the impact of the crisis.
But who should we blame when
you
in the
blame us
analysis
on the Russian-Ukraine war?
No, I'm asking the question, and if you'll just listen, perhaps I can finish asking the question. Who should we make responsible for some of these things that you're telling us? Because if import prices are rising from $2,000 to $10,000 for those who are importing, there is a team that's supposed to be
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm
in charge of handling these things.
Exactly.
So we are told that efforts are always put into making the lives of Ghanaians better. But if the prices are rising and the government that's there has not acted on it, or cannot do a lot to influence the prices that freighters are paying, then who should we go to for answers?
No, you are here for answers. I'm here to explain that we are managing. And if you are managing with information available to you today.
Okay.
So I want you to appreciate the fact that the Ukraine war created demand on our FX. It did. If you know prices are rising, and we recorded inflation 27.6% in May, then how do you explain it? Is it because it was just there, or something triggered it and caused it?
All right.
That is what I challenge
Dr.
these friends to accept.
Okay. let me put the issue to you then. The NDC and the NPP are supposed to be partners in our economic management. Your people in Parliament have witnessed everything that's unfolded until this point. And you've had instances to raise concerns, which you have. Would you say that an NDC government would have handled this differently? If the NDC was in power now, looking at the same conditions that the NPP faces, would this have been the way you went?
Thank you very much. First, let me point to the fact that Ghana, per the NPP's economic management, would have gone to IMF without COVID or Ukraine war.
Even when we were one of the best growing economies in the sub-region.
They grew better under IMF program. Let that point be made. When they were growing better, it was under IMF program. Post IMF program, that is when we saw the country's economy coming down.
Post IMF is when also COVID hit.
Exactly.
And you have to appreciate the fact that the dynamics of the game changed significantly.
The very IMF that they are bastardizing some days ago, today they are there. The very IMF they were bastardizing some days ago were the very ones that helped them get the growth. Make this important point. He made reference to the fact that Ghana's reserve position was dwindling as a result of Ukraine war. That is falsehood. Falsehood, and I put it to you. And let me lie. So why are you lying? Why are you changing your position? You said it here. You said it here. You said it here. So let me make my point.
You were twisting it. That's why I said reduce your propaganda.
I write it down. Everything they call.
I told him
MPP, they are allergic.
He knows what he's saying.
MPP is allergic to the truth. Anytime you say something, they call it propaganda because they can't stand it.
No, but
let's stick to the issue.
I didn't say
dwindling.
I didn't say dwindling.
I'll give you the opportunity to respond to the comment. So let him
Ghana careful about choice of my words,
between the fourth quarter and the first quarter, before COVID war, before Ukraine war, Ghana lost over $800 million in international reserves. Why? Because bondholders fought, and so they started moving away. Why are you all of a sudden blaming Ukraine? So you mean the Ukraine war has affected Ghana more than Ukraine?
So what's
it has affected Ghana more than Ukraine? Ukraine inflation today. You know Ukraine's inflation today. And what is your inflation today? So Ukraine war has affected Ukraine more than Ghana.
I thought you know more than this.
How come? You won't allow me to talk.
Honorable Kujo, let him make his point. I'll give you the opportunity to respond.
You see, my question is, my sister, the truth is, yes, there's a global phenomenon. And it has to affect some countries if you don't have strong resilience, economic resilience.
Even countries that do, may I suggest?
I'm coming there. Let me lie. So, my argument is, how can a global phenomenon skip Ivory Coast, skip Togo, skip Benin, skip all our surrounding countries to only affect Ghana? What a country we have. What economic management team we have.
Dr. Forsin, the IMF has communicated that about a third of countries in the world has reached out for assistance. And countries like Argentina, which we will not describe on a regular day as a struggling economy, have gone to
probably you are not following Argentina's economy.
Okay.
Probably we are not following Argentina. Argentina defaulted some couple of years ago. In fact, their situation is worse than Ghana. Argentina's economy, so that argument is not right.
So all the other countries who are going to the IMF.
So what are the other countries? And I'll tell you the history of that country.
That will take us
so if you give me the country, I'll tell you the history of that country.
Egypt.
You know the Egypt's history.
No,
you know Egypt's history. So tell me.
I'm telling you.
My brother, my sister, let me be honest with you. Because of this government ineptitude and lack of action, they've landed this country into a big trouble. Now Ghana has only two options. Only two options. We are going to IMF program today. IMF does not lend to countries with unsustainable debt. IMF today has classified Ghana as a country that has an unsustainable debt. And in fact, they've said that our debt are in a distress levels. According to IMF.
Actually, you said you are giving history.
So can't I land? I'm coming there. Okay,
because we don't have time, let's
focus
the conversation on Ghana so that we can benefit all of us from that worthwhile conversation.
Okay, so let me finish. My sister, Ghana will not get a program with IMF unless they deal with the debt situation. And that is why I'm saying we have only two options. Our first option is that you go to IMF today, and as I've said, and I've said it on so many platforms, let me say it here. It's very easy to announce an IMF program, but it's not easy to have an IMF program. The two are different. You can announce it today, it can take 2 years to have an IMF program. My is that our first option is that we'll go to IMF, make an announcement, get a program with immediate debt restructuring. Immediate debt restructuring. So IMF plus debt restructuring, or IMF program with a debt restructuring in 12 months. These are the only two options Ghana has. And what I'm trying to tell you is that means a lot. It means a lot. And the government is not telling us. I am urging government, and if there are members of economic management team here listening to me, I'm urging them to be candid with the people of Ghana. Tell us the magnitude of the problem we have as a country and stop this Ukraine and Russia war. Tell us the magnitude of the problem that we have so that we can swallow the bitter pill ahead of us, because it won't be easy. The kind of austerity Ghana is going to go through, it's not going to be easy. Debt restructuring means a lot. It means that you are going to call all your bondholders into a table and to force them to take part. That's what it means in plain language. It's another form of HIPIC.
Let Prof explain these divergent views to us. How can you make it more plain what the two sides are saying, so that we can appreciate where we are?
I appreciate from his side.
Honorable Kujo.
Yes, from Honorable Kujo's side, the possible reserves, dwindling over the years as a result of the global shocks. But then what we need to understand is that government manages economy, and the economy may anticipate two different shocks. One is internal, and then one is external. Now, the internal shocks are quite manageable. But then the external shocks, most of the time, you don't have control over. And if you ask me whether an economic manager is doing well or not, I normally gauge him based on how he manages the shocks that they don't have control over. Now, we talk about Ukraine coming in to reduce our fertilizer input to agriculture. Ukraine war coming in to reduce, wheat supplies to our environment.
An increasing cost of it.
An increasing cost. Now the question now is, we started rolling out policies, so something like planting for food and jobs. Did we, in the planning of this policy, took into consideration, because we know very well that for every manufacturing or for every policy, if your input is one source, it's part of economic management. If your input is one source, and the source becomes a problem, then you don't have a policy anymore. So if you are importing from agriculture, so you're importing from Ukraine, fertilizer, and then you roll out, planting for food. The question is, did you have any plan that you become self-sufficient in your fertilizer supplies, over the years? Did we see that coming as part of the policy, so that if Ukraine is having a war, you can produce your own fertilizer to fill in?
We were promised a fertilizer program by 2018, which one of our guests have alluded to.
Can I land, please?
Yes, go on.
So effectively, if you look at economic management in general, it's how you manage global shocks and then how you manage, your internal shocks. Internal shocks are normally controlled, because basically, recently somebody was saying that why won't the Bank of Ghana print money instead of going to IMF? Because,
for the
people are in need of money and pockets are empty. Trust me, there's no single money that will drop on the floor in Ghana that will not have anything to do. Every single one that will drop in people's pocket will go to the productive sector. So effectively, we anticipate that instead of going to IMF, Bank of Ghana should print money.
Why
make money available.
Why can't we do that for the benefit of
make
those
money
who watch,
available? So
who
those are internal
question?
control mechanisms that can be put in place. However, having your international reserves going down, you may need, external support, because we don't print dollars in Ghana, and that is why possibly government is looking externally. But then, trust me, getting to this point has to do with the way we prioritize our spending, and then also policies. Now look, let me give you a typical example going back in the years. The first term of the current administration. Clearly, you saw that government was putting up structures which are calling for expenditure. We added some ministries, right? About 7 of them. You ask yourself, what impact those ministries just made on this economy as we speak now. We had Ministry for Monitoring and Evaluation. Corruption was increasing. We had ministries that were supposed to ensure that, certain amenities get to the people. Do they have them? But these ministries were added on and they were drawing from the public purse. So we keep on adapting this aggressive expenditure pattern over the years, and that is what has brought us to this level.
So then the question others have asked, Honorable Kujo, I'll put this to you. Okay. We know that the IMF will ask us to do certain things. And so the idea was, why don't we implement those things? Why don't we impose those checks on ourselves so that we can get out of the woods where we are? And so why haven't we done that? And now we find ourselves needing the bailout.
Those checks have always been on us as managers of the economy. They have always been. Let me affirm what the professor said, which had to do with the reserves. In fact, Ato is talking about debt restructuring, the sustainable debt and so on. To bring your viewers along to understand the fundamentals, let me say that when I owe, I have debt, I've borrowed. It is just a matter of my inflows coming continuously to be able to service the debt. If the debt is bigger, it's just a matter of earning more to be able to service it. So, as we speak today, his prescription of a solution even diverges from our prescription of solution. So it is like he is prescribing control and we are prescribing maybe low fat for malaria. That is what is happening. We are not going to IMF for debt restructuring. We are going to IMF for balance of payment issue. And that is, yes, you are learning it. Okay. We are going. So it is because the support.
Prof,
yes.
help us to understand what the hold on, I'll give you the time, Honorable Kujo. Yeah. Let the professor explain what he means by the debt restructuring and then the balance of payment.
Exactly. Okay, so
let him help us. Then I'll come back to you.
No, but okay.
Right. So basically, debt restructuring is, for instance, I owe you for maybe at a certain interest rate level, maybe 5% that I'm paying you for 5 years. But I realize I'm squeezed so much that I can pay the 5% within the 5 years. So, you may, instead of you losing the entire money with me, I may come and say that, okay, fine, I can extend the debt to 10 years, but then possibly have a reduction in interest rate over the 10 years.
Okay, so that's the debt restructuring. That's the restructuring. And this is against the balance of payment.
Yes, exactly.
So which one would be for the balance? What's the explanation for a balance of
payment? Well,
the
balance of payment, you look at as a country, you import, you export, right? So the net difference, right, is your balance of payment. Now, this balance of payment needs to be financed, effectively. And most of the time, it's a foreign financing, structure. And so if you don't have enough dollars, right, then you may have yourself in trouble. In case.
So we need to have enough dollars in order to benefit from the balance of payment option.
That is what is pushing.
And you're saying it's contingent on our imports and exports.
Difference.
We import more than we export out of this country. So how is that going to play out?
You need more dollars.
To get more dollars. We don't print
that
dollars.
That is why they're going to IMF.
Exactly.
Okay. So then help us. Let him finish his explanation.
Petroleum products. You need dollars. You can't import with cedis.
Yes.
And check the prices the way they've gone up. Pharmaceutical products. You have to keep your health system functional with the support of pharmaceutical products, availability, and reasonable pricing. Prices have gone up, and you still need dollars to bring them in. Fertilizer, planting for food and jobs, like you said, you need the same hard currency to bring them. But on the question of what plan as economic management,
yes.
Let me say,
to be self-dependent,
for the past
not importing fertilizer anymore.
For the past 4 years, we've been on a trajectory to build a fertilizer plant. I have led it when I was in even last week, the team were in Takrady and Western Region affirming the location.
Over the past 4 years.
Exactly.
For a fertilizer initiative.
Exactly. The financing package now has been put together, and AFDB is giving a financing support together with the other partners to develop it.
It has taken too long.
Yes, but you need investors.
That's what you need.
You need investors.
Could you finish making your point so that Dr. Forson can also have his say?
The factors that will come in to develop the plant takes time to put together. But I'm
4
saying,
years?
as economic management, for his concern is being addressed, and it is important that
Over
concern
the past 4
gets
years,
addressed.
you've
Exactly.
made it.
So, the point I'm making is that
should have come before the agriculture policy.
I haven't seen a professor heckling somebody before.
Sorry about that.
He's also asking questions
no,
from
I
his
know,
point of view as a professor.
Sorry about that.
Just to feed into. He's quiet. He's waiting his turn. So finish making your point in the next few.
My point
in
is
a
that,
minute, and then he will also have his say.
My point is that the need for foreign currency to sustain these important inputs into the economy, and I say inputs or things we so much need to get the economy going, is the reason why we are going to IMF. And I want to highlight the fact that you asked if NDC were in government, what would they be doing? It means that instead of looking at petroleum, making sure that petroleum is always available, no cars queuing, no shortages, and getting the energy base of the country going, getting the light on, because all these things we have
even
to.
If the prices are a major concern for the ordinary Ghanaian vehicle owner, and they keep making the point that fuel prices at the rate at which they are going up need to be addressed.
Yes, but it's being addressed today. When NDC were in power, did you know fuel price taxes components?
But the NDC is not in power now. So I would like us to appreciate today's.
You don't believe comparison is important. Why did you bring him here?
Respectfully, I think comparison is important.
Okay,
I also think is, with the benefit of the knowledge that we have today that we didn't have back in the day, sometimes I personally find those comparisons hard to follow, because the things that are happening today may not necessarily have happened at the time that another government was in power. That's the point. For example, Russia-Ukraine war and COVID were not existent at that time. So if we base all this argument on what the NDC did at a time without COVID and without Ukraine, the only point that I'm making, and I don't know if you think that is
no, I don't think so.
You don't think so. I appreciate that. Let Dr. Forson have his say. Doc, shouldn't we just give government the benefit of the doubt to say that they are trying? They've tried to implement an e-levy policy, like the Honorable Kujo has said. Even with prices going up, they've ensured that the commodity fuel has not run out in a lot of the instances. Power is on. The government promises, and Prof has alluded, they've kept the expenses going towards that in order to benefit the ordinary Ghanaian. Shouldn't we trust that the IMF program would help them get back
our government
what we've
is
lost?
doing very little. And in fact, their little is even too late. I say this for a simple reason, that the government is failing to understand the dose and the kind of prescription the economy needs as we speak. I'm surprised to hear my colleague Kujo say to all of us and the whole world that Ghana is only going to IMF for BOP, balance of payment support, instead of debt restructuring. Today, I'm convinced that this government is clueless. It's clueless, and I'm saying this on this platform for a reason that I bet you here, touch this glass. Ghana IMF program will be accompanied with restructuring. And that is why I'm saying the government is clueless. They don't even seem to understand the problems that we are facing. First of all, this IMF program is going to be significantly different from all the IMF programs we have had.
In what
For
way?
a simple reason that our debt this time is unsustainable. When Ghana entered the last IMF program, our debt was sustainable and we needed only BOP support and fiscal adjustment to take us through. You need BOP support, huge fiscal adjustment, and huge debt restructuring as a result of an unsustainable debt. There's still a member of government, a minister of state, they don't seem to appreciate that Ghana requires a debt restructuring. And I'll tell you why we require a debt restructuring. The IMF will not lend to you. In the first place, Ghana will not get a program if we don't agree to restructure our debt, because you can check from the website. IMF do not lend to countries with unsustainable debt. It is part of their articles of agreement. So when you go to this, oh, you are a member, we want to help you. A typical case is Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka went, they said they can't give it to you. Go and deal with your debt situation. It went to Greece. The same. Greece, a member of the EU. They told you, go and deal with your debt situation. So I can foresee a negotiation that will be protracted with this posture. Because IMF will not lend to you. They will not have any agreement with you if you fail to restructure your debt. And that be ready for debt restructuring if it is not in your book. And go back to cabinet and tell your colleagues that you have given us wrong dose because of lack of understanding. And I'm not surprised they are going to hospital, because their medicine could not solve the problem at home. Their so-called homegrown policy is empty and useless. Excuse my language. It's empty. It can't solve the problem. So, my sister, to conclude on this matter, let the government revise its note and start telling the people of Ghana the difficulties ahead of us. It won't be easy. It is certainly not going to be easy.
Okay.
All of us, let us understand that there will be turbulence ahead of us, and terrible turbulences.
Okay, so we'll be picking your thoughts and messages, and I have a few right now. Our WhatsApp number is 05555-61034. What are your thoughts on everything you've heard on the show? And some of you are already asking questions. So I have one here that is going to you, Joe, and this one is saying, what will the NPP man say to people who say they should apologize to Ghanaians for saying all they said, calling people incompetent for going to the IMF? Do you think Ghanaians deserve an apology, Honorable Kujo?
Listen, the type of global economic environment NDC met for that 8 years, and which they successfully mismanaged this economy till they drove us to IMF, it's not the same environment today. It is not at all. Ask him what really happened in that 8-year period that led them to IMF. We have different economic environment today. We all know it is not only Ghana today that is going for IMF. Countries that never ever dreamt of are all looking for similar balance of payment support. And he's emphasizing this restructuring. I'm telling him that what we are going for, that is what has been the trigger. Is to show.
You wouldn't do the debt restructuring. Is that what you're telling all of us?
If it follows, wait.
Ghanaians will know if you come back and you do it, then it's a matter by Abraham.
Ato, you know I'm a finance person. I'm telling you that we are not going because of debt restructuring.
You are going.
I'm telling you,
we are not going.
If it follows, I've told you, information becomes necessary for decision making. If down the line it becomes necessary to look at the debt profile and propose a debt restructuring, it will be done.
Honorable Kojo, do you think the people of Ghana deserve an apology? Is the question?
No, I'm saying that the way politics have emerged, even the rationality or reasonableness of, I will apologize to Ghanaians on that score, because it is not only NPP, NDC. IMF is a necessary international financial arrangement. It is a very necessary as part of any economic management. Else it wouldn't be there. But the triggers that has led us there are not the same as triggers that led NDC there. Okay. And for that, we do not apologize, because we are facing crisis.
Right. So these are the views of those who are sending them to us, and the views made by any member of our panel are their own views and not the views of GBC. It's a platform. Your thoughts, not ours. Messages on our screens. Our first one here, you didn't tell us your name or where you're reaching us from. It says, hi, I'm shocked Dr. Kujo is still blaming the NDC after 5 years. This government don't have anything good for the people of Ghana. When COVID came and fuel was very low on the international market, were they not buy more fuel and store it? Is a question that Nee Manche is asking. Oliver, hi, Thelma. Please, your panel is to explain why Ghana did not declare HIPIC than going to the IMF. Is it even the same thing? Perhaps Prof will help us to understand. Could we have declared ourselves HIPIC instead of going to the IMF? Is what someone is asking. Please, I want to ask, how many percentage did Russia and Ukraine war affect our management and high taxes in the country? Because in all, it looks like Russia and Ukraine war have led our economy to IMF and the high cost of living. Philip is saying it. That's a long list, and that's how you ensure that your message may not be read. And so I'm trying to find the ones that go straight to the point. Government dash to IMF for respite. Ghanaians should have faith in President Akufo-Addo because the economic management team will negotiate for a better conditionalities than what ex-President John Mahama-led NDC did. Yao Osaki from Taifa. Kwejo Tufo says, good morning. Thelma, I think Dr. Tufosing is out of touch of the synergy between external economic shocks and our local economy. Even the increase in foreign interest rates immediately after COVID-19 affected our investment positions. In simple economics, any rational investor will make decisions at the disadvantage of Ghana, hence eroding our foreign reserves. Good morning to Professor Lord Mensa Maxwell from Achim Takrasi. Trisha joins and she says, Thelma, dear Dr. Tufosing is conducting like the NDC party is better than the NPP. Birds of the same feathers flock together. They wouldn't have been ejected if they were managing the economy adequately. They have all the answers and remedy when they are in opposition. A typical example is Dr. Pink Sheet. Trisha throwing jabs here. Honorable Joseph, you are getting some kudos here. When someone you know the truth, you can never keep calm and watch the person lie. That's why Honorable Kujo can't watch Honorable Atufosing lie and lie and lie. I'm PK Junior Fletcher. So Honorable Kujo, your people are coming to your aid fast. More messages coming in. We shouldn't gloss over the fact that the global economy is in a serious financial crunch. And again, we cannot pretend that the COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine war haven't been the cause of all that we are facing. I hope good measures in addition to the IMF program will be put in place to salvage our situation. Kwesi Renault is reaching us from Agona, Odobing. Emmanuel from Odukro says, I think our main problem we are facing as a country is the lack of management skills, selfishness and wickedness from our hypocrite leaders, NPP, NDC, and also some hypocritic journalists who knew the truth but are always covering it because of their self-interest as a result of the general poverty growth guided by these same hypocrite leaders. Hashtag the street is very, very tired of these economic hardships. Emmanuel, I just want to scroll to the top and see if I can get some new messages. Ghana is 65 years and we have been misgoverned big time. We have tried our founder for 9 years. He messed up big time towards the end. We have tried soldiers, all sorts and all colors, and many tribes of them. They have all messed us up. We have tried democratic rule for so many years, and obviously they are messing us up big time. Honorable Kwabena Osei Kwache, assemblyman for Bokra Kwehu. And more people are sending their messages. God bless Atu and Prof for being citizens and not spectators like the man in the middle. The governments have employed opposition members than their own party members. We are watching. JM has been redeemed. And we know that you are still sending your messages across to us. But this is all time will allow us to pick for the moment. So I'll turn it over to Prof. And what would your final comment on this issue be? Someone asked the question, should we have declared ourselves HIPIC rather than going to the IMF? Is that something that would have been...
Yes, we couldn't have. If you look at the debts that we're carrying now, it's not debt from Bretton Woods institutions like IMF, World Bank and all those to say that you are highly indebted country, so you should be forgiven. This debt is a private man's debt. This debt is somebody sitting somewhere in Europe, his pension, that they've come to put in, a part of it has been put in our environment. So you cannot ask for debt forgiveness. What you can do is debt renegotiation, as Ato has been indicating. But let me keep on telling you that if you look at, the IMF agreement we've had, in all the agreement, you see some similarities in terms of the conditions that are given to us, and most of them target, revenue and expenditure. Expenditure targeting your debt reprofiling and debt restructuring. If you take, for instance, 2011 one. Realize that it highlights on tax policies and revenue mobilization. It goes further to touch on public expenditure management. Clearly, and when you come to the 2015 one, the same parameters are in there. It tells you that we go to IMF, they come to correct the system, and then we repeat exactly what, took us to IMF. And that is what is happening to this country. The only difference between 2011 and the 2015 IMF visit was the energy sector, debt that we had for the 2011, which they called for energy sector management. That's the only difference. Apart from that, all the things we're doing that took us to IMF, we keep on repeating it. Immediately we move up from IMF. And remember, when we exited the IMF, the happiness that the administration,
I think I'll give the next word to you, Dr. Forson. I'll give you 1 minute to make your final remarks on this matter. Where do we go from here, Ato?
My sister, I think the focus should be what is the way forward? How do we get an IMF program instead of blaming Russia and Ukraine? I say this for a simple reason that there are a lot of landmines ahead of us in getting a program. Can the economy swallow those landmines looking at our current condition? I think that is where the conversation must start going.
Right.
Unfortunately, we are not getting there. We are hipping it on Putin. I don't know what they are doing will get Putin angry and eventually he'll come and attack us or not. But that is not what they should be doing. They should be telling us, in all honesty, where we are and what we have to do as a country to get there.
That's
the people of Ghana need to know so that we anticipate the kind of austerity we'll be going through instead of heaping the blame somewhere. Right. That for me is critical.
Honorable Kujo, why should the people of Ghana be hopeful that we are going to the IMF again for the 17th time?
Yes, they should be hopeful. Hopeful because, like I said, the IMF institution itself is part of the international financial management arrangement for countries. So it's not surprising 2011 NDC went, 2015 they went in the 8-year period. It's not surprising because in their case mismanagement, but in this case a war situation all of us allude to.
Oh my God.
A COVID situation.
You don't think there's mismanagement which has led us to
COVID. Did Ghana bring COVID? Did NPP create COVID?
When you hit behind left, right, and center, and you can't account for
them. His point, the last 30 seconds to you.
Ghana caused the Ukraine war. It's a war situation that's affecting us. And I'm saying they should be hopeful that in spite of this crisis environment, we're up to the task to manage the situation.
Come and account for the COVID money.
Up to the task to handle the situation is what government says it is, and they've been making that point through the Honourable Minister for Public Interest, Joseph Kujo, who joined us at the table this morning. Honourable, thank you so much. The NDC is asking...
Come back to Parliament to account for the COVID money before they come.
The NDC, through Dr. Atuforsen, is asking for a clear way forward, asking government to tell Ghanaians exactly where we are and their exact plan on how the economy can survive when the IMF imposes its conditionalities. Dr. Kaisel Atuforsen is a ranking member of the Finance Committee and is in speaking for the NDC this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Forsen, for being a part of our show. Professor Lord Mensah says Ghana did not learn lessons from the previous experiences, and that is how we found ourselves in this position. He was here to educate us more on the IMF program and what it means. Professor Lord Mensah is an associate professor at the University of Ghana Business School. Prof, as usual, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And thank you all, gentlemen, for being a part of our morning. The conversations do not end. I'm sure that as time goes on, this topic will come back again, and we'll be back to educate all of us again on GTV Breakfast. Thank you for sharing your thoughts as well. We're going to law school in the UK. Let's find out how you get in after the break.
established specialist providers of legal education, and history was made in 2006 for it to become the first independent institution to be granted degrees awarded power by the Privy Council, leading to the development of their professionally focused Bachelor and Master of Law degree programs. And so find out how we can get into the University of Law UK, the requirements. We hear that there are some scholarship programs available, and so we are going to have this conversation. And joining me to have the conversation, I have Stephen Carlton. He's the Director of Student Recruitment International, University of Law UK, and Edward Degajo. He's the Business Development Manager, Global University Service, University of Law UK. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for having us.
Pleasure having you. I'm going to start with you, Edward.
Okay.
I can safely say you know the terrain very well. Why are you advocating? You're sitting here advocating for students to go to the UK for law school. Why not Mokola Law School?
Okay, pretty much to start with, I'm actually Ghanaian, so
yes.
As you said, I really do understand the terrain here in Ghana. And I think over the years we've had a few challenges here in Ghana in terms of how students actually do study law and the opportunities available to them right after they are done with their degree certificate. Now, it's pretty much, it's pretty difficult to get into the Ghana Law School because there's an entrance exam. So we all know that, I mean, the entrance exams probably takes about 15% of those who actually got into the law school. Now, a lot of students are actually looking for other avenues to qualify as lawyers and then also pursue their law careers here in Ghana. And that's the main reason why the University of Law is here. I know some students go to the Gambia, other students go to Nigeria. However, why don't you go to the country where, I mean, we picked our laws from? So basically, the UK is the best place to go if you actually want to study law.
So does that mean, from what you're saying, because it's very difficult for us to students to get into the law school here, is it lax or is it a bit relaxed to get into the University of Law UK? Stephen, you might want to talk to this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's relaxed. I mean, it's still a very challenging course. And we attract some of the best students, not just from the UK, but from the world. So it's quite a rigorous application process. Students will require a lower second-class degree, and if they've got a Ghanaian law degree, they'll probably need to do a conversion course or a PGDL, which they can do online with one of our partners, Empire Africa Institute, here in Accra. So I'd say it's probably easier to get into than the Ghana School of Law, simply because of we don't have those caps.
Right.
But it's a challenging program. One of the benefits of the University of Law is we're one of the oldest providers of legal education in the UK, and we've got one of the best success rates from the professional law programs as well. We're so confident with what we teach students and what we deliver to students. We actually offer an employment promise, which is, we say, if students don't find a job within 9 months of graduating from the LPC or now the SQ, we'll give them the tuition fees back. So 50% cash refund and 50% towards a new course with us. And we've been doing this now for about 6 years. And so that shows you the sort of quality. Although it's quite rigorous to get in, we're that confident with what we do and how we prepare students and the links we've got that we do offer that employment promise.
Okay, so how many campuses do we have? Here in Ghana, is it virtual? Is it online?
We've got a blend of both. So we do, we've got our online campus, and students can study online anywhere in the world.
Right.
And in the UK, we've got, I think it's, we've got so many now. We've got 11 of our campuses and then another 7 partner campuses. So we teach our programs on the campus of some of the Russell Group universities, like University of Liverpool, University of Newcastle, University of Exeter, Reading. So we've got such a good reputation in the UK that people or universities ask us to go onto their campus to teach our programs because we're the expert in that field, and they say, why should we try to develop that expertise ourselves when you've already got that?
Okay, so what are the requirements? I'm sure people are sitting up right now. What are the requirements to get into the UK?
Okay, I think Stephen touched on the basic entry requirements, which would be Okay, for the postgraduate program, so we do run postgraduate programs and we run the professional programs as well. I know a lot of Ghanaians will be interested in the professional program because obviously they might have done their LLB here in Ghana and are looking for an opportunity to become lawyers. However, the Ghanaian LLB is not a UK qualifying law degree, and I need to state that a UK qualifying law degree has certain components that we do not offer here on our LLB.
Okay.
So an example would be the European Union law, and for which reason they need to work on the conversion course, which Stephen spoke about. Now, they can either do what we call a postgraduate diploma in law, or they can do a Master of Arts in Law conversion program. And that's for a 1 year, that's actually a 1 year program, and then it leads you on to the professional program.
Right.
In terms of the professional program, you can do what we call the bar practice course, which is a BPC, that allows you to become a barrister within the UK setting, or you can decide to do what we call the SQE 1 and 2, that would then allow you to become a solicitor within the UK setting. So pretty much you need a second class lower minimum grade to be able to do the conversion program, after which then you can do the professional law program that qualifies you as either a barrister or a solicitor within the UK.
Right then, and then also, how can Ghanaian law students integrate into the UK law school?
Yeah, I mean, we've got students from all over the world. I think we've got students from over 100 different countries coming onto our programs. We're quite internationally focused, and we've got quite a diverse student body within our campuses. We're in some of the biggest cities in the UK, places like London, Manchester, Nottingham, Birmingham. So when they come over to us, we make a lot of effort to make sure they integrate into UK life. Now, in terms of integrating into law, the law system in the UK, we're the oldest provider of legal education, and our employability team is one of the best in the industry. So we've got great connections with law firms both in the UK and internationally. I think in the UK we work with 90 out of the top 100 law firms. In America we work with 6 out of the top 20 law firms. In total we've got nearly 1,000 with different connections. So we're us having that specialism, and we're us knowing in depth what each different law firm wants and needs. We're able to work with students and advise them on what's the best option for them and how they need to prepare.
Right. Are there any scholarship programs available?
Yes, at the University of Law we do have scholarships, but I must say that these are highly competitive, and you are not just competing against other Ghanaian students, you are competing with students from all over the world. However, we do have what we call fee registries as well, so students do benefit from some amount of tuition cuts. This usually ranges between $1,000 all the way up to about £1,000 to about £3,000 of their tuition fee, basically. Yeah.
Right.
And those are usually automatic based on the course you're studying. So, for example, if you're doing a postgraduate diploma in law, you will get £1,000 bursary off your tuition fee.
Okay, and then also, having qualified in the UK, does it automatically mean that when you relocate back to Ghana, you can just...
No. So, I get this question a lot wherever I find myself, and the answer is a simple no, and the reason being that you're actually practicing in different jurisdictions. So if you do qualify in the UK, obviously you can practice within the UK setting. And there are certain aspects of the law that are just pertinent to Ghana, for which reason when you come into Ghana, you need to do those pertinent subjects as well. When you do qualify in a different jurisdiction, which is a Commonwealth jurisdiction, when you come to Ghana, you need to do what we call the post-score. And the post-score is basically a 1-year training to usher you into the courses that you need, which are relevant to the Ghanaian setting. So students who would have qualified as solicitors or barristers within the UK need to come back to Ghana and do the Ghana Law School, but not the 2 years, a 1-year program called the post-score.
I think, sorry, if I could just add to that, I think one of the real benefits of students coming to the UK or doing our course online and in Ghana, it's so difficult to get into the Ghana School of Law. I think every year only 15% of students are successful with the exams. So it's not a closed shop, but it's very difficult for students to get into the Ghana School of Law to then continue their practice in Ghana. So we offer an alternative route. As I said, it's still challenging, but it doesn't have that 15% like entry rate where the Ghana School of Law does.
Righties. Okay, so what's happening now with your team? Is there a recruitment session about to happen? Where should people converge? Where should people who are looking to do law? What's happening? Give us all the following.
Yes, well, this is my first trip to Ghana since lockdown. So Ghana was the first or the last place I was supposed to come to before the global lockdown. Sure. So I finally made it after 2 years. So it's great to be here. I'm here now until Wednesday, so it's a short but sweet trip. So we've got different events going on. We've got a really big event going on Wednesday. So we've got at the Movenpick Hotel, we've got a morning session and an afternoon session. So where we're going to be speaking to students, explaining more about the courses, advising them on what's the best options for them. And I'd advise any students who are interested in finding out more, come down, speak to Edward and I in person. We're here to help, support. I'm here to meet as many people as possible.
Ready.
So thank you for inviting us onto this to talk about that as well. But it would be great to meet the students down at the Movenpick on Wednesday. Now, if people can't meet me, we've got the fantastic Mr. Edwards here, who's based in Accra, and he's always available to speak to people.
Okay. And where do we find you on social media, Edward?
Okay, so on social media, we are on Instagram, on LinkedIn, the University of Law, UK.
And that's where you need to go for all information if you're looking to do law, especially in the University of Law in the UK. And the conversion is happening. Well, there's a program happening where we're going to be telling us about the school opportunities available and the different programs. And it's happening on Wednesday at the Movenpick. There are 2 sessions. One is happening in the morning. What time does the morning session begin?
9 a.m.
Okay, the morning session begins at 9 a.m. and the afternoon session begins
at 4 p.m.
And that's on Wednesday at the Movenpick Hotel. So that's where you need to go if you're looking for information about studying law outside of Ghana, especially in the UK. And joining us to have this conversation, we've had Stephen Carlting. He's the Director of Student Recruitment International, University of Law UK, and Edward Degajo, Business Development Manager, Global University Service, University of Law UK. And this has been our show, guys. I'm looking fab thanks to Fabrics from AQ Handy. She's on Instagram. You can find her on Instagram. She's making me look royally blue and nice. And also a happy birthday again to my mom, Barbara, and Mr. William Amuna. You both have a wonderful day today, guys. And catch a repeat of the show again. Join the conversation at 11 p.m. on GTV, and also using the hashtag GTV Breakfast, you can find us. Thank you and have a great day.